at least right now. So maybe we should start into it and get dispensed with the preliminaries.
Good idea.
What do you think, Kathy? Is that all right with you?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, good. So everyone, I'm going to read my script for the remotely conducted meeting. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Abby Camp. Oh, Abby seems to be missing from her. Oh, she's muted. Abby's muted.
She's muted and missing.
Missing. She's
Muted
both.
and missing. Has anyone else joined us in the meantime? No.
No.
All right, I'm going to get back to Abby. So, staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Thank you. And the anticipated speakers will be announced as they appear at the meeting. Hello, everyone. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, and it's being conducted remotely from Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the HDC is convening by video conference via the Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. So we're now turning to the first item on the agenda, but before I do so, please permit me to cover some ground rules for the effective and clear conduct of our business tonight and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, I'll go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold your name until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking, and please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until I yield the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, that's me, taking care to identify yourselves. Okay, and as we know, our votes tonight, because of the Zoom, will be taken via roll call. So with that, two things. One, I'm going to go back to the members of the HDC identifying themselves. At the time, we had Diane and Val. Abby was absent, but I believe she might be back on with us. Let me just check. Abby's here, and Abby, can you just say that you're here?
Aye.
Thank you. And I think that Stephen is with us as well. Let me check. And if so, Stephen, are you here and can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so the first item on the agenda would be a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Mr. Chair, if I may, you all should have received an amended agenda that doesn't have the signs.
I did, yes.
Okay,
That's what I'm
okay,
working
okay.
off of now. So
Perfect, okay.
for any of you that don't have that, the only change from the prior is that the sign component has been taken off. That's
Thank
it.
you.
So I make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Diane. I'll go now. Roll call. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Yes, and the chair's in favor, motion carries. So, again, public comment. Do we have anything, Holly or Kathy, that has been posted up via email that I should, or one of us should read into?
No, sir.
Not at the moment.
Nope.
No, okay. So if there is, just let me know and I'll return to that. But for now, we can move on, I believe, to the consent agenda. I'm a little confused here. Consent agenda tonight is 6 items. And I don't see any people that need to recuse from the board on this one, unless any of you thinks otherwise. I think we can have the full board voting on this. So we're all in?
Yep.
I believe so.
All in.
Okay, so could I have a motion then?
Motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Diane. So Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
I'm going to abstain.
okay. Diane, you in favor of
Aye.
your motion?
Yes.
Okay, good. And chairs in favor, motion carries. 4 in favor, 1 abstention. And we do have one, thank you. We do have one consent with conditions. Again, no one needs to recuse as far as I know. Can I have a motion on that one?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Diane. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
very good. Diane, you in favor?
Aye.
Yes, chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, now we're on to old business. The first 2, well, I actually think it might, Lisa's going to make an announcement. I think it's the first one of which I'm going to recuse from. So let's see, Stephen, you're chairing the first one, so I'm going to give it to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So Lisa, before you get started, I'll just say the sitting commissioners are myself, John, who I do not believe is with us, Val, and Jesse Dutra. Is Jesse on?
He is not here, Mr. Chair.
So I'd like to, given that obviously I don't have a board,
Yes.
we will be continuing it.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know. I think what we'll do is we just won't open it, and we'll amend the agenda to hold for a quorum.
Okay.
Or we'll just motion to hold for a quorum. That'll
Yeah.
be,
Motion to hold for a
Wait,
quorum.
can I just say
Yeah.
something?
please.
I'm not sure, because you don't have a quorum, no action can be taken.
Thank you.
So I think it just carries. I don't think you guys have to vote on anything because
Okay.
you can't move forward with it.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So the second item I also need to recuse from, and that is being chaired by Diane. So I'm going to mute myself again. If you can take it.
Okay.
All right.
Lisa, what you got?
This was just continued. It was, the question was, we submitted a macros report for 5 Sherburne Turnpike, or Sherburne Way, excuse me, which we've asked to demolish. And the report said that it was non-contributing. This new list has now not surfaced, but was brought up to our attention that this building appears on this list as contributing, as do a lot of other buildings that all predate 1975. So I think there were questions about what this list is and why some buildings appear on it, and what the reasoning is and why it's considered contributing. And I don't know that I was supposed to answer that question. I thought the staff was.
Oh, we were sort of wondering who or everybody contributed. Holly, did you find out anything?
Well, besides information that I've already been privy to, I haven't received any additional information for this, but I think it's important to note that any of the surveys that were done by the HTC in 1989 for structures that were built, say, in the 50s, are going to indicate that a structure is non-contributing at that time. I think this commission has acknowledged the fact that the surveys need to be updated. Staff has acknowledged that. The planning directors have acknowledged that. And, the fact of the matter is our NHL update included up to 1975, but that doesn't mean everything up to 1975 is listed as contributing on the National Register. So the list that I go by, along with all sorts of other documents that's available, is the NHL, is any HD survey or Form B that was done by MPT or PIN previously, any documentation that can be provided. So, that could be anything from, in addition to Lancaster, Dupre, all these different aspects.
So we're looking at the building still as an important building, right?
No.
Not necessarily. Just because something is dated 50 years old or more doesn't necessarily mean it has, significance on the National Register. I think, to be honest with you, I think you have a commissioner on the HDC who spoke eloquently about a structure that might not necessarily seem significant, but through other aspects of that structure and the person. And I'm referring to Mr. Welch. He did an excellent job referring to the NHL in regards to 31 Fairgrounds Road last week. That was spot on. So thank you, Stephen.
Sure. So if I may, Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up. I took a look at this property. Well, I want to back up just real quickly. What I had asked initially, and I think things kind of went from there, was that we try and determine who provided the list that is currently included in the survey, the 1975 properties, that apparently the only contributing aspect without further research is that they're 1975. Just to find out from them, I'm not sure who would contact them, but first identify whomever the party was and then contact the party to determine what the threshold was. They may have information on other properties that would indicate they were contributing, like I was able to find on 31 Fairgrounds, which is to say that there were cultural or local historic significance that contribute, that create a contributing condition. Having said all that, I kind of backtrack, and I still think it would be beneficial to us if it's possible to locate whomever did the most recent survey and find out what they know about the list we have. On this particular property, I took the level of diligence that I applied to 31 Fairground because we don't have an updated survey, and I happen to have a little bit of time. I was unable to find any indication of any cultural or historic significance, certainly not national or local. So, and when I say cultural, I mean a local individual who was involved in the community or had some type of a historic presence or what would become an historic presence, and so on. So I am comfortable with this. I do have a question, if I may, and it's just whether, Lisa, was this not able to be a move off where there's some extenuating circumstances?
Well, if you look at the aerial view that I submitted, you'll just see that it's a very tiny road. So it's potentially, there would have to be a lot of brush cutting. It would have to be cut up into many, many pieces because of its shape. I don't know that the owner is opposed to having people move parts of it, but I just think it's going to be very difficult to get out of there. And last week we had an aerial that sort of showed the access, which is very—
Do we have that drawing? It's quite clear how small that road is. Do we have?
Yeah. Yes, Madam Chair, I am looking for the aerial that Lisa provided to staff.
Find it.
I have it, just it's on my jump drive, so I apologize.
No problem.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
when Lisa is finished with her presentation, there's someone from the public that would like to say something.
Okay,
Okay. When she's done.
so Lisa, do you want to start? I don't see the site plan up yet, but
I don't have much more to say. I mean, I was just pulling up the site plan to show the access.
right, it's a very small driveway, really,
It
going
is
up.
because you go up Sherman Turnpike, then you have to take the left onto Sherburne Way, and then it's a dog leg, hard left to get to
Right,
this.
the problem is, I don't think you could, as you said earlier, I don't think we could get a house out of there without cutting it up quite sufficiently to get it out. It's so narrow and houses are there. It doesn't give them much time to turn.
And this
That's all.
house is particularly long and U-shaped, so it would have to be cut into multiple pieces.
Yeah,
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt, I took a look at the site plan and Google drove it. I have no concerns with respect. It's limited access. If the applicant's
okay,
willing to do a move off, great. If not, I personally think a demo is appropriate.
Holly, I think you need to bring up the aerial view, the aerial photo view, because the roads show up improperly on this.
there it is.
I was trying to get to
Yeah, that's
the
exactly
map.
the map, the themes.
Yeah.
Teams, yeah. They
So,
updated this recently. It's not that great.
I'm gonna go
Abby,
right to Google. Sorry.
would you like to make a comment?
Abby's not on it. It's only 3 of you guys.
Oh, it's only 3 of us.
Yeah.
Val,
I don't
Yeah.
have a problem with a demo or move off on this.
okay, and
Madam
Stephen
Chair?
doesn't. Yes,
Did you want, Linda Williams would like to say something? If I can find her here.
Yeah, see how, so the access is from Sherburne Way down the little driveway. You don't have access straight through like it shows on the GIS map.
Yeah.
You have to go this way.
So
So-
motion approved, or a motion for a demo.
well, we have one more person to speak. Thank you,
Oh, I'm
though.
sorry. Who?
Linda?
Oh, I didn't
I
hear
just,
that.
I wanted a second. I grew up right around the corner. I know these 2 properties well. I grew up with the kids in these houses, and I agree with everything Lisa said. I've been up that driveway in the last year, in fact, and you can't get anything up that driveway. And if it's in the spring, you can't get your car up the driveway. And there's nothing mitigating about this design. It was a rambling add-on to a 1-story, not great house in the first place. It is falling apart. And if you go west from this location and even 2 lots to the east, those houses, those little huts that were up there are mostly taken out of there. They weren't moved, they were demolished. And newer houses were built, at least 3 or 4 to the left. And then beyond that, many more of them going down Kimball, as well as going towards Steps. Those houses were removed and new houses were put in there. These are pretty much the last of the dinosaur up there. And this house is in terrible shape. So I don't.
Okay,
Well, the other thing is, so just for your edification, if you've forgotten, the building department's going to put a demo hold on it anyway till you advertise to see somebody wants to take it out of there, and more than likely they won't.
Right.
yeah, we know that it's going to be both. It will. So I am for this also. So that is a 3.
What, did somebody make a motion?
Motion
Yes.
to approve as submitted.
Yeah, or Steve started, but he.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
I'll second Val's motion.
Okay, thank you. So there we go with that, and it will go in as a
Do a roll
roof
call.
demo. So thank you.
Yep, you don't need to do a roll call vote?
You have to do a
No,
roll call vote.
I'm about to. I just was thinking.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Diane.
Abby.
I'm not on that, hun.
Oh, I'm going to do that. You're going to have to see that. Valerie,
I'm in favor of my motion.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
and I, Diane, am also in favor.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah,
Okay, good. So we're on to item number 3. This is going to be 10 Beach Street in Codfish Park. Board on this is myself, Abby Camp, Val Oliver, and Stephen Welch. And I just want to note something. So there are, it's been a long time since we reviewed this. Pre-COVID, I'm almost positive. But so there are actually 2 applications for this. One is for a new house and one is for the demo of the existing house. The thing that's on the agenda now is for the new house. The demo application, I think, is on for Thursday or whatever, if we happen to have a Thursday meeting. But just wanted to note that down because I'm sure we're probably going to get some comments from Sconset Advisory on this. We were sort of holding on this to allow them to review it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I ask a question or make a comment?
Yeah.
I personally don't feel comfortable approving something without having,
The demo?
yeah. I thought it was a strange thing for us to do
The other day.
on another project, and I would prefer to discuss that before we discuss the new.
Discuss the demo.
Yeah.
Well, is it,
Who was that speaking? Stephen?
No,
Sorry,
I think it's
that was me,
Matt.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Matt. Okay. Well, okay. So Matt, I can predict what you're about to say, but go for it. But then I do want to circle back around, and Holly, I'm sure that we have Sconset Advisory comments in there somewhere, or maybe we don't have Sconset Advisory on the new application.
You should actually.
We do.
On the new application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Val, I heard everything that you said, but I'm just going to sort of move forward this and get a little bit better sense of where we are on this. Matt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to back up, so this was heard the Tuesday night before everything shut down in March. And where we were at that point was we had looked at the demo. Sconset Advisory had reviewed it, and we were really focused on the house. Like I said, we were trying to find a home for the existing structure. Although, not to get hung up on that, but it's not in great shape, as some of the neighbors who showed up to the meeting attested to that. It's really not habitable. But we had, just to kind of leave, kind of bring you back to where we were just before we left off. We were focused on the house and some of the trim details, and so we had that meeting Tuesday. And so the drawings that you're looking at now are reflective of the changes that we had made based on the comments that the board had given us for that Tuesday. So it's almost as if we had a time warp,
Right.
4 months from that point. So I think that's just going to take everyone a minute to kind of familiarize themselves with this project. As you know, this project, the board has been meeting for months now. This project was really on hold because it got sent back to Sconset. Again, nobody had really requested that, but I understand they want to get some more feedback from the board. So I did sit in for a meeting with Sconset. I guess they met again today. We did, at that meeting that happened, I think 2 weeks ago, they talked about the existing structure, and they talked about the new design as well. There's some hesitation, not surprisingly, a desire to try to keep the structure or work with it. The likelihood of working with it, I just think, is completely unrealistic, because by the time you're done with it, there's not going to be anything left. And again, it's from the 40s, and I think the consensus was that this is not a contributing structure, or that some of the board members even said in the minutes that they don't believe it is a contributing structure. Having said that, where we left off, and Sconset had also talked about this, was, okay, well, regarding the new design, try to add some, character that's indicative of the area. There was a desire by the homeowner to actually have the details match the house that's next door to it. Sconset Advisory and this board had said that you would prefer not to take that route. I've communicated that to the clients, and they, they're okay with that and they're fine with that. So I just want to kind of give us a context about where we were. The changes that you're looking at today are from 3.5 months ago, and they were reflective of your comments. I did get some good feedback from Sconset Advisory Board about the new design and some directions to potentially take it in. So we still probably have some work to do there. But with that, I could just run you through the changes from the last time you saw it.
Is it possible for us to hear what they said?
Sure. Yeah.
Actually, Matt, thanks for that. But yeah, I think it would be good to have Holly just read what the Sconset advisory comments were on the new design and also on the demo, just so that we have everything on the table. Would that be possible, Holly?
Absolutely. I do want to mention though that, because, and I understand everything that was going on, they were really looking at the new proposal, not necessarily the demo, and they were kept on talking about the demo. So I'll just go over the notes from both the June 29th advisory board meeting and then today's advisory board meeting.
Okay. Yeah.
So basically, this is a service part of Sconset. It's a historic pastime there, not sympathetic to the past, meaning the new design, and it's ignoring the history of what was there or is there. Redesign should not be larger. Obliterated past with submission, should only have one set of French doors on the east. Don't want to lose integrity, no connection between the old and the new. The new design looks like New Jersey Shore, not Codfish Park.
I find that offensive, for the record. I'm sorry.
No, just hang on.
With all due respect, I'm just reiterating the comment. My apologies. Comments for today were based on the same application. Not such a drastic change, and proposal should reflect. It was really superficial changes, I guess. Don't see changes made. No respect with new design to original structure. This was an idea to keep the same small facade of the little house, to keep maybe and make the changes for the structure a nod to the original. I do also want to let the commission know, I'm not too sure if this was sent to you all, but there was a comment from the public that we received via email. Did the commission get that, Kathy?
Yes.
So.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, I can read it into the record if you wish.
Please, Holly. I'm not sure that I saw that. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Last week.
This came in last week?
I believe it was the end of last week, I believe.
Well, if we should definitely read it into the record.
Yeah. Actually, it's up on the screen. Actually came in July 10th, last Friday. The proposal replacement for 10 Beach Street looks like an architectural misbag and not very appropriate for this neighborhood. It would be a sad loss for the village if and when the old cottage disappears.
Can we read some of the other, I don't know if it's worth reading some of the other neighbors' letters as well.
All right. Well, okay.
I think that's important for context.
Well, we did read them. I mean, I remember them. Generally, there was a lot of people that were in favor of seeing the building go away.
Yes.
I remember that. And hopefully the other commissioners do too. I'm sure they do. I'm not sure we need to reread them at this point. Holly, have you said everything that needs to be said on that score for now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Holly. So Val, I want to get back to your point of earlier. I understand that you don't want to vote through something new without knowing where the demo is going. Are you also against the idea of discussing the new design, or like you don't?
No, I just wanted to say that it feels rather disconnected.
Backwards. Yeah. Sort of. I totally understand, but you're okay with at least allowing Matt to leave, having had the board review the new design and the changes.
Sure.
Okay. Very good. So I think Matt, did sorry, did we already review the changes? I saw them up on the screen, but did you actually walk through them?
We have not, Mr. Chair.
Well, then I would, could you do so?
I'd love to.
All right, thank you.
So just in terms of like general style, we made mostly massing changes from the last time the board has seen it. So the overall structure, and I just have to say, and I'm not trying to make a big deal about it, but saying things like look like the Jersey Shore or it's a mixed bag. I just wish some
Matt,
of the comments.
I know it gets under your skin, but you know, this is part of the process. Okay?
I know, but I just like, I'm not even from New Jersey, but I'd take offense if, Jersey Shore sure has some nice parts.
I gave up disparaging New Jersey about 10 years ago when I realized half of my clients came from New Jersey. No, keep going. Keep going.
Anyway, so all right, so we made I just want to talk about we made mostly massing changes about the height and the scale. And there was some comments that this board had made and Sconset Advisory Board had made, which I think that we can do more with, but they mostly revolve around detail, which my point is I want to say that we can actually do a little bit more there and kind of make a bit more of a departure. But the structure itself now is 24 feet tall. Now, everyone's familiar with Codfish Park. There is a wide ranging of structures there. And this being 24 feet tall, I think is highly contextual. The two adjacent buildings are going to be taller than it. So I think in terms of scale, it is appropriate. We dropped the plate height pretty significantly. We can start on drawing one, the north elevation. You'll see how much we dropped it from where it was originally. The other added benefit of that was we've got kind of more eave line. If we looked at drawing 4 on 8 sheet 2.201, it's the bottom right-hand corner. By running that eave all the way across, we've eliminated any flush face shed dormers. So again, the idea is to drop the scale, have a strong horizontal eave line, and get kind of a thinner, somewhat almost not sort of transom dormer, but kind of a smaller dormer, not such a large scale element, if you would. Mm-hmm. On the east elevation, which actually faces, is the side elevation, I'm not sure how visible that's going to be, or they want that to be, because that will be there.
Excuse me, Matt.
Yep.
Is there any way that we can see this a little bit bigger? Mine are tiny.
That's actually, Holly can blow it up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Abby, if you want to see a particular elevation or a particular detail up close, just tell Holly and she'll be able to zoom in on that.
Okay. Well, I have a magnifying glass here, but it's a little easier.
A little tight.
All right.
Okay, so on that east elevation, actually, which is drawing 2 on this sheet, which is there. What we did is we actually, changed this to a gable roof, and then an accompanying shed here that's also set back. So the eave line is stronger, and then it's just kind of more additive massing, if you will, a more variety of masses, as opposed to previously we just had 2 flush face shed dormers with the built-in deck. We made the deck solid, which was a suggestion, I think, from one of the board members, which I thought was solid. Obviously, we're trying to capture there's some really nice views in that direction. So that's why we've got the decks on the second floor in that one area. Again, we did reduce the window on the right to a much more smaller transom dormer. Again, I think that it's indicative of the Sconset vernacular, if you will. On the bottom floor, again, this is a very small space, but that is our kitchen. That's our dining and living area. And again, where this is the backyard, the side yard really is their yard space. We wanted to have a couple of French doors. Now, we didn't do like a gang of 3. I understood that we were trying to keep the fenestration to a minimum. Also, we do have a outdoor shower that actually screens the view of those, I think, from the road itself. So I think in terms of massing, we made some pretty more aggressive moves to drop the eave down, to actually have that more of a continuous eave. The only place that the eave breaks is in front of this second floor deck. The rest of the eaves runs all the way around the structure, which I think helps drop the scale of it. And so I do think that this is completely contextual for what's in that area. And I just, again, I don't agree with the comment that it's a mixed bag, or I just think that I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I think that, the massing scale, the scale, the detail, it's all indicative of that area. So, and we could take it a step further. Just to reiterate, at one point we did have an intersecting gable on this front facade here, which I think that nobody really likes, so we got rid of it. We actually had exposed rafter tails on this as a porch. But I think that based on some of the comments from the board, the thought was to kind of get rid of those, but I could integrate some of that detail back. I could take it to another level on the trim, but anyways, those are all the changes with the massing. Holly, there's also some supplemental color renderings that we put together as part of the submission. I don't know if they're at the last couple pages. And because the only reason we think that might be relevant to show on those is to show the massing changes, but then there's also a couple of perspectives that just kind of help demonstrate what this structure looks like when you're going to see it on the street. Again, I think completely contextual.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
Twice now you've mentioned something about, I forget the exact word you used, but it had something to do with the detailing.
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
About how, just saying that, okay, so for example, I think Stephen had mentioned to try to integrate architectural detail, whether it's the rake or the eave or maybe the post. This is the way I understood it or interpreted what some of the comments were, was to utilize that as an opportunity to embrace some more, Codfish Park or Sconset details. So for example,
okay, yeah, because I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that's what you meant. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, so right now, again, like on the trim detail part of it, we really focus primarily on the massing changes. And again, we could still do more work with the detailing, but anyways, I just want to show you these massing schematics. And what these, to me, what I wanted to show is just the perspectives about the structure is 24 feet tall. I actually, we ran out of time, but I could model the surrounding structures, which I think is helpful. So you can see the relationship between this structure and the adjacent structures. Like I said, both structures on either side of it, I think are going to be taller. So
well, that would be helpful.
Yeah, there's probably just one more page, but again, when I look at this, I don't, I think that it's somewhat contextual. So anyways, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the board now. Again, it's myself, Abby, Val, and Stephen. So anybody want to jump in or should I choose someone?
Sure, I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Thanks for the changes, Matt. I think some of the things are positive. For me, and the height is fine. I think the east is still over fenestrated. You may not see the doors on the first floor, but 2 sets of double doors on the second floor. Okay. Those could really very easily go to 1 door per bedroom. And the only other standout are these D windows. They're such an anomaly. And actually, I think overall,
which ones are the D windows?
They're the little 2-light awning or whatever they are.
All right.
I almost think if you went to a 6/6 or a 6/1, it would tie in better with the area. This is like kind of modern for them.
I thought about that, Val, and I did discuss that with the owners.
Even like a 6/1 or something, it just is a departure from, quite a departure from what's there.
Thank you, Val. Matt, just be careful. I would rather you heard from all the board members first before you responded to each and every comment.
I understand.
All right. Was that it, Val?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
First of all, can we go back to the site plan? I just want to see how the little house existing now sits on the site.
It's
Don't believe this site plan indicates the existing structure.
I think it shows.
Oh, we don't have a
Something like
previous, like the old,
that.
the little cottage,
Well,
the tiny.
I got photographs.
that would be good. And also, oh yeah. Yeah, I love that picture. We could also see the location of the existing building on the locust plan, I think, if we
Yeah.
put that up. If that's what Abby's
We're
interested.
not, I don't think these are helpful.
It gives context. So hold on one second.
Well, they actually are helpful because it gives us, the character of old Codfish Park. And you talk about context, like I think the context, there have been a lot of mistakes in Codfish Park. I think everybody will agree with that. Like, I think we derailed ourselves from what Codfish Park's vernacular, we lost that a long time ago, but it doesn't mean we have to double down on it. I'm looking for a simpler structure. I actually think the 2/2s are a simpler window configuration. I think the 6/1 or the 6/6 might get too cottagey. There's something about a 2/2 that sort of goes back to that Codfish Park was a poor part of town, and it was a very simple middle class. It was all you could afford. Maybe they were from New Jersey, I don't know, but it was really Codfish Park really was where the fishermen pulled up the fish and they took them to the little shanties. And so I know I've got to grow up and but I think I'd like to see simpler gables with one simple window in it. I think the height is fine, but I would like to see something even simpler if it's possible and still be in 2020. I think you can do it, Matt. I think you can use, you've got a great imagination, and I don't think we're asking much of you here, just to make a simpler building that would really reflect Codfish Park. So, the double French doors on the second story with the, the decks, that stuff we see, yes, we see that on Nantucket, but it's not Codfish Park. So,
Okay.
sorry, that's
No, it's good.
my first swing at it.
Great feedback.
Sums it up really well. Stephen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with that. I think that this is something that, well, I'm not sure this is what you said, but I do think those pictures were helpful, and I think that we should be looking at this alongside the existing dwelling. I think I agree with many, if not all, of Abby's comments, except for the grow up. We're here to look at these and protect and preserve at least the essence of an area. This is not one of many areas on the island which does not have a history attached to it. It's Codfish Park. And I believe that we should be looking at designs that are reminiscent of what that area has represented historically, which is to say simpler structures. My last comments were that I'm not going to get into all of them, but it's too large and therefore inappropriate. It overpowers the site as a 1 3/4 story. And part of the charm of the area is the different designs and styles. Most are simple and quirky. It would be better to go that way versus a mini trophy house. I, at that time, suggested ways to bring the scale down. I think Matt may have incorporated a couple. In particular, I'd just like to point out the 1 3/4 story I just think is inappropriate. If there's a house next door that looks just like it, I agree with Abby. We shouldn't be doubling down on errors in the past. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Kathy, go.
Well, after you speak, there's Linda would like to say something as well.
Well, yeah, I'll speak first.
Okay.
So I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. I want to emphasize the two sets of French doors leading out to the deck is like so not Codfish Park. So I'd like you to work on that with a solution that, maybe features a single pair of French doors with windows or something, a more traditional arrangement. Simplification, yes, that's what I think this needs. Now, interestingly, I'm going to go against the whoever wrote the letter that considered this to be a mixed bag. I actually feel like this building is very homogeneous to the point where it wouldn't fit in because it's so homogeneous. Like Codfish Park was like all these little cobbled together buildings that pieces were added on to over the years, and that's part of the charm of the place. And the newer stuff is not a mixed bag. It's more uniform. And I think that it would be nice to kind of have some of those sort of funky Codfish Park elements, older Codfish Park elements in this design. So that's it for me. So Linda, does Linda want to hop on?
Yeah, the bleeding heart liberal that I am. I watched that meeting last week or 2 weeks ago with the other group there.
Wisconsin Advisory?
No, historic, whatever they are. Those other guys.
Historic Commission?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I'm well aware of these pictures, and I think you need to be careful about what you jump on this building. The earliest building I could find, I haven't gone through all the Sanborn maps to really map it out yet, but just in a cursory review, this structure may be on there. It may have been part of something to do with the train station, which terminated right at the head of the little gully there, because it's very reminiscent of the club car building. And they didn't throw anything away back then when the train station left. This building comes from at least 1930, if not before that. And I would assume before that.
I don't know if that's true, but
1930. The other picture here is from 1930. Now, I don't know why you can't incorporate.
Linda, who do you represent?
I'm just speaking on a member of the public, and I don't have to answer to you, Matt.
I just
didn't
expect to be interrupted.
Matt, hang on, Matt.
I don't expect to be interrupted, Mr. Chairman.
I know. Just
I
let
feel
Linda finish.
really strongly about this particular structure. I know there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in Codfish Park, but this may be one of the earlier structures that is still intact from wherever it came from, and it could have come from the same place the club car came from. Who knows? We haven't done enough research on this yet.
Club car is actually a club car.
Yes, I know. My ex-relatives owned it.
Yeah.
But this structure is so odd, and it's a shotgun, a straight shotgun with no little whoop-de-doos going out the side or out the back, that I think you need to get a lot more in-depth on why you can't incorporate this into a new structure. Obviously a second floor, because a lot of them put second floor sleeping lots on because they just have nowhere to go. And this is a small lot. But I think you need to be very careful about demolishing this structure or move it someplace else.
So Linda.
Or move it someplace else.
Right.
But I think you need more information.
So what's on the table right now is the new design.
Right.
The demo move off is not on the agenda. We will take it up at another time. So to Val's point, we're not going to be doing anything dramatic here with a new design. We want to give Matt feedback on the new design, and then we're going to review this building, its historical place in Codfish Park, et cetera, et cetera. But that's another discussion.
I just don't think the design that he's produced is any different than some of the other newer structures that have been built there, particularly the ones that are next to it.
But Linda, you're basically saying the thing that the board members have just said.
Okay, I'm just more concerned about the original structure than I am about this, because this is what it is. Not different than a lot of.
What I'm going to say then is this is to be continued, because that is still on the table. The demo is still on the table. It's not on tonight's agenda, but we are going to hear that in the future, hopefully very soon.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
Linda, thank you so much for being such a staunch preservationist.
Matt.
I don't think that's appropriate at all.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm thanking you.
I have a question, please.
Matt, hold on. Stephen, go.
Yeah, I don't want to get all bogged down in this stuff.
Right.
I think, some valid points have been made, and I'd just like to ask the motion that was made with the demo was to track with the new dwelling. And as I previously stated, I'm a little concerned that we're talking about them separately. And I believe that a motion to track with the new dwelling would signify, at least to me, that they would be on the agenda so we can talk about them at the same time. Not necessarily holding the other hostage in either direction, but I just personally feel uncomfortable. I do believe that, as my prior comments, that there should be elements of any new design, whether it be the existing structure or a replication or whatever it is, that track the existing. And I don't have it in front of me. I know we saw the pictures, but the application was not submitted or distributed with this application. So when you're ready, I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh, I think we're ready. I think the discussion is concluded. I just really wanted to get, because we had it on the agenda, to give Matt feedback from the board on his revisions. So we've done so. So I'm perfectly willing to take a motion.
So motion to hold for revisions, and I would like to have that's the motion, and then commentary is that I'd like to have the demo track the new dwelling as was originally motioned.
Yeah,
So
I don't know why they're
hold
not.
for revisions.
I just for the record, Mr. Chair, I don't know why they're not tracking together. That wasn't something that
I know. Well,
I'm not suggesting anything. I just,
yeah, no, I think we realized it was just, an unfortunate occurrence. That's all. Through no fault of yours, Matt. Not that I'm aware of anyway. Anyway, so there is a motion on the table to hold for revisions. I'm going to pull my board. Val. Sorry, Val, are you muted? What happened?
Aye.
Oh, there we go. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen, you in favor of the motion?
yes, sir.
Great. Chair's in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Matt. Now we're going to turn our attention to 78 Walwinet Road. Board on this one is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen, the whole board. Okay. All right. 78 Walwinet new dwelling. Do we have the information up?
I'm working on it, sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine.
70.
You admit David Trost here. Cowgirl parking. Val, I just saw your cowgirl parking sign. I like it. Okay. So Matt, Holly has your information up on the screen right now.
So, I think that where we left off was we had submitted a lot of topographic information, site sections, some reference elevation points. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to review those in depth. The ridge poles have been up, and so hopefully everyone's got a chance to see the site. Since the last time we were heard, I think the only real comment we received was about the potential size of the roof walk, and so we did shrink it, and we did make the skirting natural, and quite frankly, we'd be willing to make the whole roof walk natural if we felt that that was helpful. But the skirting we changed to natural. So I think that was most of what the discussion items of discussion were. So with that, I'd love to hear what the board has to say.
Well, I think what we should do now, Holly, is just scroll down slowly so that we can sort of digest the presentation. Okay, first floor, second floor. Here we go. Okay, so all the red.
So these are changes from these have been all the cumulative changes. We try to, with the most recent revisions, we try to use a thicker line weight, and so that's why the roof walk has the heavier line weight. All the other clouding were changes that we had done previously and discussed.
You know, this is one of these cases where, like, the difficulty is there's no scale reference on this.
I
Because
know.
There actually is.
There is?
Yeah, that was a request.
To me, like it looks to me like the roof walk railing is more than 3 feet high. Is that possible?
Oh, that was the other. It's not, and it shouldn't be, because actually that was one of your comments, Mr. Chair, was about we had some additional space between the height of it, so we really did drop it down as low as we can possibly.
Well, there was that. No, there was that, Matt. Yes, and you have taken care of that part. But it looks like the railing itself, as measured from the deck, is more than 3 feet high. Maybe it's just an illusion.
I can check that.
Because, like, I'm looking at the windows in the dormers, and they're clearly going to be way more than 3 feet high, and the windows.
Yeah, it's like 4.
Does it scale off? It should be 3. I don't know why it's taller.
I'm scaling it on my.
Okay, thanks, Val. Yeah, taking a little thing on the.
It should be 3 feet. I'm sorry if it's taller than that. That's definitely just a mistake on my part. So I'm sorry for that. But if not 3, I can't scale the reduced set that I have in front of me. But I could definitely make it 3. Should be 3.
Well, thanks. Just to make sure that we're all seeing the whole package that you're presenting, because there was a mention of site sections and that sort of thing, which I know Stephen was interested in. Can we scroll down now and see the rest of the presentation? Okay.
There you
go. The site sections were submitted before, right? Because I think we've all seen.
They were submitted almost 4 weeks ago. We had the meeting on a Tuesday, and the deadline submission was like a Thursday. So what we did was for the first time you had requested them, we didn't make that first deadline, but then we did submit them with the garage, and we did submit them before the next old business meeting. But anyways, these haven't changed. We submitted them as quickly as we could, but it was after the first deadline. But they were submitted with the garage and then reviewed accordingly. So spent a good amount of time on them and tried to be very clear about areas of cut and fill. The red we highlighted in with red, color red, to just show what portions were being filled. So we are working with a surveyor, and I know there was a question about the GIS map, topo maps versus this, and the surveyor's maps, we have to take them at face value, and so I feel confident in these topo maps. The GIS ones, I think they're like tolerant. Their tolerances are like plus or minus a foot or 2. So,
Hey, Matt, are these contour intervals 1 foot or 2 feet?
They're 1 feet, I believe.
1 foot. Okay.
You zoom in, I think the number should be there. And then I think the last sheet is just a color kind of. Yeah, it's just supplemental.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn it over to the board. Does anyone want to start?
I'm still looking on my computer at them.
That's fine too.
Can we see the other elevations? I got the south up, but that's it.
Oh yeah, well we can go back. They were in
here too. Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
One of my colleagues, the railing height is actually at 38 inches, so we could drop it down.
Well, no, 2 inches doesn't matter to me. It looked like it was like way taller.
4 feet.
Than 3 feet.
I agree. It does look tall, but
I just used the little scale thing on the side.
yeah.
Yeah, it's extremely tough with this format. Anyone?
Well, I'll make a comment. Thanks for, the changes, Matt, the reduction in the roof walk and all that. I'm looking back through pictures and stuff you've provided. And well, I don't know why this didn't occur to me before, and it's just a comment, but the 2-story structures that are fairly similar to this don't have dormers on the 3rd floor.
Just
Wow, I've been
say
saying
that.
for the last month and a half.
I know, well, obviously I wasn't paying attention. And I'm just looking at those, and if anything's seen, that would probably be that. Is it possible to perhaps leave them off on the front of the house?
That's something we discussed internally just as a design team. I didn't know if it was a real consideration. So I would just say I'd love to talk to the owner about that before I agree. Before I answered that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something I could certainly discuss.
Okay.
Could I follow Val on that if she's done?
You can, but I want to make sure that Val said everything that she wants to say.
Well, I think we've talked about it before, and it's really the upper level of this that we will see. So I'm trying to focus on that rather than the whole big shebang.
Maybe I could go after Abby.
Well, that would be fine. So Val.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for now.
Okay, so you're just saying that you're concentrating on the upper portion.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
Thanks. Abby.
Yeah, I just want to underline what Val just said, that I've been sitting here looking at it, and it's such an overwhelming design that I was thinking, God, now what can we do? What can we do? And I realized that I wouldn't, because of the vegetation, those 3rd floor dormers are the ones that if we can see, that's what we're going to see. And I would rather see the wood shingles, because I think you suggested wood shingles, and that would tone this whole thing down. Like,
Wood
who
shingles,
cares? What?
Wood shingles where, Abby?
On the roof. They're wood shingles.
Yeah.
It's not asphalt. It's not, they're wood.
Yeah. Red
Roof.
cedar shingles, but isn't that what you have, Matt?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
yeah.
I'm saying that's what you would see over the treetops, and that's fine. I mean, I think the entrance is overwhelming, but who cares? We're not going to see it. So it's really just that 3rd floor and anything you do on the roof that is going to really be in our jurisdiction, because I think of the vegetation is going to cover a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. And I believe Diane wanted to speak next.
Right. I feel that the 3 dormers, funny, we all were going to say the same thing, are not good up in the 3rd floor. A friend of mine went out in the harbor, just among the fog and the rest of the stuff, and said that he was pretty sure that we would see the 3rd floor and the widow's walk, the roof walk, which I would like to see if it could be done closer to the chimney. It is hanging out a lot to the left, and particularly with those dormers, it makes that whole center part very heavy, and it's sort of a country area, Fargo Lane. It's not the up at Lincoln Ave, excuse me, and all those things. I think it needs to be simpler. If you're going to have the roof walk, move it closer to the chimney, take those 3 dormers out, and maybe cut down some of the windows on the front. It is it is an impressive building, which is going to be seen partially. I don't think it, from the size, it can be completely seeable. And I would like to see the facade where you see all the rest of the stuff just made a little simpler to fit in. I don't mind the bay windows and the sort of porchy things, but that front building with 2, 5, 9 or 5, 9 windows in the front door is pretty busy. So that's all.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yes. So let's see. I don't want to get trapped in this whether something's visible or not, because I think, you know, sighting and context are also important considerations. But with respect to this particular application, sighting and context seem appropriate, subject to some qualifications. Matt, what are the colors? Is this still white?
White.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one of the concerns. The other is if it's a cedar shingle roof, I believe that will help. And if the dormers were to stay, I know it's not necessarily as formal as the rest of the structure, which is quite impressive. But cottage corners might, as viewed from Fargo and other areas, be more in keeping with a country type setting, as would, of course, a natural to weather roof walk. The section, I just want to say, I appreciate the work that you did. I know that there was some it didn't make it to us and make it to staff in time to make it to us at the last hearing. But I do believe that is those sections, to me, in future discussions about topics we as the HTC have been discussing, represent a gold standard. So thank you, Matt. With respect to the effect of cut and fill, I'm comfortable so long as there is no additional cut and fill on the lot other than as shown on sheet G12, and no elimination of vegetation on the lot, vegetative screening north of the property. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. So I have the same concerns. The white trim, the fact that basically from Holly, if you could scroll back to the quote unquote front elevation, I think I could say most of what I need to say there. So the dormers, not just on the front and the back, I think are going to be visible, particularly if they're white. The roof walk, just to note, the roof walk is as wide as it is long. If you look at the side elevation, it's as wide as it is long, which is like huge, absolutely huge. So even if it's natural, it's going to be a very large presence on the skyline. So my concern is basically from the second floor up, the freeze board, the white trim, the dormers, the roof walk, all that. But
Can I add
not saying anything new?
Could I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
Just, you know, I don't know if it struck anybody else funny, but you know, I love those owl tops. I love them in sconset. I love them in sort of, you know, back of kitchens and the little tiny, but they're not reading to me like the scale of this house. They look a little dinky. And I'm wondering if, you know, I hate to say this, but I think they need to be bigger or substantial or something that goes with the proportions, the scale of this house. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but they look a little random as well. So we're looking at the silhouette of the top, and we've got the roof walk, and then we've got one owl up and then one owl down, and it's, you know, it's not cohesive. I wonder if you could readdress that, Matt, somehow.
Sure, I can look at it.
Yeah, those, just so you know, those owls come in certain sizes. You know, they're manufactured piece. You don't take them. And so I'm going to guess that Matt probably researched it and put up like the standard size, you know, so.
They
That-
do, they do actually, I did find, Mr. Chair, it was a downdraft issue for this other project we're looking at, and I did find a manufacturer of like copper.
Oh,
And they did have a much greater variety. There were some interesting ones, so I can certainly look at what's out there.
okay. Anything else from members of the board? If not, I would love to have a motion from someone.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Actually,
Wait a minute, Matt's waving his finger. What's
if I
up?
could just to point out, that roof walk is 11 by 10, so we did kind of reduce the length of it, but it's becoming square because we reduced the overall.
Okay, well, that I sort of appreciate, but a 10-foot deep roof walk, is rather large. It's just a comment, Matt,
Sure.
Um,
Well,
If just in terms of the visibility, I know that's and look, I would just say this, that I know that I think seeing a third floor dormer isn't necessarily a bad thing. I know I'm not going to.
Out there it is. I disagree with you there.
Yeah.
Seeing a third floor dormer out in the rural part of this island is, I think, a bad thing, particularly if it's white. So,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt.
And I was just going to say that even having said that, I think that a lot of those site sections, given the the proximity, just the visibility from Walwynnet Road, I think it's just not going to be there at all. So and in the site sections, we've tried to actually indicate sight lines, and so I actually hesitate to rest like the quality of something on whether or not it's not visible. I know that's like primary criteria, but.
Well, it wasn't just the visibility. I think it's overwhelming the structure too,
Gotcha.
just the third floor ones. I mean, I
Okay.
think it's a little simpler to having them on the second floor, left and right. I think
Right.
you have
a little over
you-
the top.
Yeah, I think I have some good feedback. I just want to reiterate that point. So thank you, board and Mr. Chair.
Val.
Just one last comment, Matt, it could be one of those things where we agree to leave it off till the main mass is framed up,
Yep. Okay.
and then you could mock one up and see.
Sure. Like I said, I'll bring it back and we'll discuss it. And obviously the vernacular, the language, this is something that the ownership really wants, and we've kind of been working towards. So I understand your points. I'm going to take it back, and we're going to make some adjustments and hopefully go from there.
Thanks, Matt. Can I have a motion from someone?
Fun.
Abby made one.
Oh, you did, Abby? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't hear that. Okay, so I'm going to pull the board on Abby's motion, which was to hold for revisions. Okay, thanks. Okay, so Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Abby, you're in favor of your own motion?
Yes.
Yes, and the chair is in favor, motion carries. Next up, garage of the same piece of property. This time, the board is almost identical with the exception of Stephen. For some reason, he didn't sit on this one. So we have myself, Diane, John, who is not here, Abby, and Val.
I can start with that.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. So thank you. Probably the best place to start is on A2.1. And just to reiterate that this is how this is structured, how this sits to this ridge runs perpendicular to the main house. And again, the front side, which I would refer to as the east elevation, is what faces on the interior, if you will, of the property. The west elevation faces Fargo. So this would be the structure that would be, kind of closer to the road and screen the main building. And so the changes that we made, we've added that scale as everyone had requested. We did have an intersecting gable. If you look at the previous east elevation, we just omitted that completely just to simplify the building. We also played around with the spacing of the windows in the second floor. But the probably most significant change was the west elevation. The fenestration was, I guess, disproportionate. The board had expressed a desire for us to basically fill up some of the wall space in the dormer. Again, if you look at the previous west elevation, you'll see that we had a lot of empty space, if you will, on the dormer. And so we played around with fenestration. So these spaces, you said, were empty. And we added windows and tried to, kind of create a little bit more balance and try to align them a little bit more. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone?
It's a question.
I'll
John.
start it.
Sorry, does the east elevation face the road?
No. If you go to the
That's
site
right.
plan,
Right.
you'll
It's the
see
other
it
way
faces
around. Okay,
interior.
thank you.
Diane, it sounded like you wanted to start, Diane. You want to start?
Yeah, I start because I have the same thing, I think, which I mentioned the last time, is that this is one big rectangular building with a very small dip as a secondary additive massing. I don't know what you have planned for the second floor, but it's very regulated. It does not give me the impression of being a barn or garage. And I don't know whether that little shed dormer off to the right on the east elevation can drop down to give it more. The break between the two eaves is, I don't know what it is, maybe
Probably
2
about
feet, 2.5 feet.
Yeah, probably 2, probably not more than 2.
Yeah, I would like to see it come back. It's we still, I believe, go by the thing of additive massing, and there isn't any in this building. It is just a big rectangular building that could fit into the countryside a little better, particularly when it's the closest to the street. It does not give very much of an impression of being a rural garage that people are putting their cars and boats in. How tall is it? I can't make it out.
You know what? I don't. I hesitate to guess here. I'll have to get you that number. It's not on the elevations that I can see. It's in the range of 25. The exact dimension I don't know. I can get that for you though.
Well, it should be. Yeah, it should be just for our rules and regulations. It should be 24 feet. It is a garage with something up above. I'd like to see it made simpler, and I would like to see it reduced in size. I can't see either the length of the that eave or the along the ground. I don't see any numbers, so it's hard to tell. But anyway, that's
Diane?
what I got to say. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes?
Thank you. Well, I think that we can solve some of that by going back to the application.
Yeah,
I don't think that the height has been changed, so whatever is noted on the application should probably be accurate in terms of the ridge height of this building.
Sorry, I don't know why.
I don't see the application.
Oh, it's not there. Okay. Boy, it would be nice.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, it should be there. We copy it on to the old business. Yeah, she's probably just.
There. I've got a site plan. And stuff, it's not the stuff
For some
POA
reason-
that I see here. I got
Maybe not.
Sorry.
I got the west
Diane, it's
elevation.
24.6. It's 24.6. And I apologize for not having that on
24.
there. I missed it.
Okay.
Yeah, there were,
24.6.
24 feet 6 inches, Diane.
if you scroll up a little,
That's-
it's right on.
That's not,
It's pretty low. It's in by
Yeah,
design.
I don't mind 6 inches going over. I just would like to see it with a little more activity in the add additions to it, okay? You know what I mean?
Thanks, Diane.
I don't want a big rectangular building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Oh, God. Okay, can you scroll down one more? Or, yeah, I think that might have the height right there.
I told you it's 24.6.
Yeah, that's fine. So, I'm not so concerned about the garage. I actually like the simple version that you had originally on the west, and I think that's the one that we will see, the west elevation. I actually like that original, the previous with the 3 on the second floor and the simple. I didn't mind that it was so simple. I thought it was really nice. And I don't mind the cupola. You know, it's a little folly. Well, when it has that. So I don't really have anything constructive to say.
Okay,
I'm okay with it.
that's fine. Val?
I appreciate the changes. I did like the simplicity of the prior west elevation, but the dormer exceeds our wishes for dormers hugely. It's like 3 times the size of what the window size is. So I think spreading them out at least makes it a little bit more of what we want to see. And due to the height, I agree. The probably the only thing we'll see is the little hat there. The
Cupola?
yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that it, Val?
Yep.
So I think everyone else has spoken except me. I'm against the cupola for the same reason I'm against all the stuff on the roof plane of the above the second floor of the main house, visibility. So that's it for me. Can I get a motion from somebody?
Make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
What's the revisions?
I don't know.
Sorry.
Change the,
Yeah, I mean, I don't,
Yeah, I mean, we could pass this if we take I don't know how many people feel about the cupola though.
Well, it could be the same thing I just suggested. Take it off, and if when it's framed up, there's a little box that sits up there that we can't see, then
Okay,
that's the holdup.
why don't you make that motion then?
Okay. I make a motion to approve as submitted here, minus the cupola, with the caveat that Matt can come back for that once the main ridge is framed up. And then we can decide based on that visibility.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
no,
Did you say yes or no?
she said no.
no,
No to what though?
no to having it go in the way it looks now. With nothing done about changing the height of any additional thing, making the I don't know which west or east we're looking at because I can't see what the elevation is. I would like to see some revisions made, so that's all.
Okay, so you're against the motion. Oh gosh, I'm mixed up now. So Abby was in favor of the motion, Diane against the motion, Val.
It's you.
Well, Val made the motion. I'm going through this. So you're in favor of your motion, obviously, Val.
Yes.
I'll be in favor of the motion. I'm okay with the elimination of the roof walk. So the motion does carry 3-1.
Okay.
Favor, 1 opposed. Okay. Yes.
I was just saying thank you.
Oh,
You're welcome.
all right. Next up, bye, Matt.
Fine.
Oh, no, you have more. No, you have plenty more down the bottom. All right, we'll see you later. Okay, we're on to 34 Meadowview. Rooftop solar, board, myself, Diane, Abby, and Val. Same people that were just on the last application. Okay, do we have somebody to represent here?
Hey, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is
Hi.
Tim Carruthers.
Yeah, how you doing?
Very good. Very good. Okay. So we presented this, I think, about almost a month ago, I guess.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I missed the submission by about 2 hours. So we waited another couple of weeks. And I think it was at the time when we were changing from going, you know, every other week, new, old. And so that just kind of got caught up in that. So it was held for revisions on the last presentation. We've made some revisions. The changes that we've made are to extend the array as far out as we can to the left and right edge of the roof to provide what I describe as this blend-in view. So, and I'll also remind the board that the homeowner is putting a new black, the existing roof is kind of gray, but we're putting up a new black roof, or the owner is putting up a new black roof to so that the panels do blend in.
Oh, yeah. I'm remembering this now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are the changes since the last time, and so that we presented.
Okay.
The only other points of note really are the house was built in 1983. Using the homeowner's words, it's not considered. They don't believe it's an historic property. There's no visual of the array when approaching on Meadowview Drive from the southeast. When you approach from the west, you can see the house.
Okay, and you must have had, as part of the package, some photographs that taken from the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Right.
so let's stay on this for a little while.
So in this picture here in the middle, I've tried to show the new black shingle roof on the roof and with the array being laid on top of it to show that blend-in view. The right-hand picture there shows the as you approach from the southeast, it's really more south on Meadowview Drive. There's a large amount of screening there, so anyone approaching from this from the southeast would not see it. However, if you are to approach from the west, you will the view that you will have is that center view.
Yeah, and if memory serves me, I guess it's been a little while, but were we looking for some sort of screening up on the road, or
Yeah. Like
yeah,
a tree or something.
Like a tree.
Yeah, we did actually have a tree in the and this picture here was just some existing solar arrays that have on the island that are very similar in nature to this proposed project.
okay. Was that it?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to open up to the board. Let's see here. How about Val? You ready?
Yeah, I mean, it's better. I still would like to see some sort of screening coming from the other direction, or at least an attempt. It's 2 stories high. The examples you showed us, one in the neighborhood is a cape, so it's a much lower array. And I do think they provided some sort of screening in that direction. And The other two are in mixed commercial areas, and I think the bottom one really shows the reason that we like the roof to have a matching color. It's a disaster.
Absolutely. That's like a cautionary tale right there.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, is that it, Val?
Yep.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, I think it's the main structure is too in your face for the front of a building. I'm thinking about, you know, like the whole neighborhood, and I don't know if we're ready to accept it. I'm fine with it on the lower roof plane,
It's
but
actually not going on the lower roof. He's showing that the lower roof is getting re-roofed to black, but the panels are just going on the 2-story portion.
oh,
Just so you know. Yeah.
well, I can't. I just can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, that's what we're here for. Diane. Is Diane here? Diane, I'm gonna unmute you, okay?
There we go.
There you
I
go.
said,
No, you're in.
I don't know, but I read it. It was sent over saying that the rules of putting up solar panels was you had to be, I don't know what, some terrible, like 36 inches from the edge of the roof so that people could go up there and repair. I don't know whether that's still in use or it was just a view. I don't know what it was. I couldn't track it down. I think that this, unfortunately, is exactly what the solar committee put together the rules, that they would not go on the front of the house where any vegetation that you grow to protect and cover that view will take 5 to 10 years to cover it. Trees don't, with the exception of the cedar trees, don't grow that fast. And it's on a curve. It is across from the beginning of the pond. It is on a very visible. It is not like Pond Road, which is around the corner. And Marianne is a completely different place. What happens in one place does not necessarily happen in another. I think something else has to be considered. It is not a roof that I could go along with our own rules that should go in place there.
Thank you, Diane. So you and I have already had this conversation about the 2-story eave facing the roof facing the south, which also happens in this case to be where the public way is, Meadowview Drive. So the only possible chance I think this has of getting approved, and this is just an if or a maybe, is if there's screening, ample screening in that area that is currently given over to lawn on your western view. Otherwise, it's completely exposed to view, and it sounds like none of our members here are interested in approving something like that. So
understood, Mr. Chair. I think we don't believe there's any revisions we can make at this point. So I would just ask that the board take the vote, make the motion and take the vote.
Okay. So there was no possibility of the vegetative screening. Not that would get you an approval, you know.
Right. I mean, I think I acknowledge that some of the board members suggested that it would be, it's bordering on cost prohibitive to get that extensive quickly to the height needed. And as the board members have indicated, even then that would be a stretch for them on a 2-story building.
Got it. All right. So our applicant is asking for a motion to deny this application. Are we comfortable doing that? I am.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Is that a motion, Diane?
Yes.
Now, I think that your motion should basically say that this is being denied because of the high visibility of the solar panels, unobscured visibility from a publicly traveled way.
Yes,
That would be the, that's the reason why we're denying this.
right.
Okay. Okay, so that is Diane's motion. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Val? Sorry, Val, you muted. Oh, I see you're.
Aye.
Okay, Val's aye. Diane, you're in favor of your motion, I'm sure.
Right, aye.
Okay, thank you. And the chair is in favor of the motion as well. So that motion carries, which is to deny this application because of its high level of visibility from a public way. Okay, thanks. And you have another one on Meadow Lane.
Yes, not to be confused with Meadowview Drive.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
so this
hang on.
one was, sorry,
Wait.
sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna remind everyone who's sitting. Myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and now Stephen is back on this one. So you have a full board on this one. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this one we presented last week, and the comments, the general feedback from the board was, could we provide some screening? And could we also show the driveway? So we've gone ahead and done that. We've shown the driveway on the site plan, and we are proposing to add approximately 3 evergreens to provide screening. There will be a couple on the driveway, and then one between what is the flagpole and the driveway to the west of the driveway. What I'd also point out on this particular case is it is at a dead end road, and they are the last house on the road, and this is a single story. This owner is also putting up a new black roof, and these are obviously black panels. So it differs significantly from the last one in that we are able to put screening up, and it is a single story structure.
Right. Both are okay. Again, we had photographs taken from various spots along the publicly traveled way. So there's our house.
Where is this in relation? Is this at the very end of the road?
Yeah. Yes.
Right past Caton Circle. You know, you turn up to New Lane and then off.
Wait a second. I thought it was off New Lane.
It is.
Meadow is off of New Lane.
I was just explaining how you get there.
Oh, no, I got there.
So you saw the house.
No, I have to bring it up in my head,
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but even when you go all the way down to the bottom of that lane, isn't that rather open?
Mhm.
Isn't there a lot of open space around there?
Yes.
Yeah, could somebody scroll and see those photographs, please, of the area? Yeah, thank you. Oof.
So it's rather hard to see. There's this aerial photo where you can see the driveway. You can kind of sort of make out the line, the property line between the 17 Meadow and its neighbor to the southwest. You can sort of see how the vegetation changes. Now, those trees would be going right at the edge of, well, there's one already there. You see that one right by the circle. And then there's more behind that, between that tree and the house itself. That's what the proposal is, right?
What kind of trees are those?
Well, he said evergreen. I think we were talking about cedars, junipers, something scrubby like that.
That's
Am I
right. Yeah, I'm not a tree guy, but I believe the requirement is that it's, screened year round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
So-
be a cedar or a leyland or a,
Well, there's a cedar sitting right in the front yard already. Now, unfortunately, that cedar is sort of, it's the trunk is exposed, so we're seeing right underneath the canopy. Most cedars go right down to the ground, so that would do a much better job of screening this from Meadow Lane.
Right, if you look at that fence, Mr. Chair, we can see two posts.
yeah.
And one would imagine that the two evergreens would, sort of be approximately where those posts were. So I would envision from this angle here that
Filling in that little window right there.
would be completely blocked.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Tim. Anybody want to speak?
I would ask the question,
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
if we can go back to looking at the roof place, the roof tile, see that? There's an area all around the panels. So it looks more like a patch than it does there. Can it not be stretched out to the top and bottom?
So it is possible we could add, and I say possible, I can't guarantee that we could add another column, meaning there would be two more panels added. I think we have a 2 by 10 here.
Oh,
and so it,
well, correct me if I'm wrong here. 2 would be great, but if you couldn't get 2, if you had 1, it would satisfy or get closer to satisfying Diane's concern about seeing too much roof floating around your panel array. Am I right?
Yeah, well, I think because you have a roof from the little gable on the left, and if you look very carefully, you can see where the roof line goes down there.
Yeah, that's right.
Then there's a space between that roof line and the beginning of the panel.
sure, yes, we could add an additional panel to the top left there, and if required, we could just slide the array slightly to the right to ensure it fit inside that gable there. We could
Right,
do that.
I don't know, as I say, I was interested in the rules. Maybe Stephen knows if he read them about there being a certain amount of feet or inches on the sides to allow for repair and for something to do with the wind. I saw
Right.
that the other day.
Right.
Yeah.
If that's not true, I would move the whole thing to the right and take it to the end of the even. It would look as if it was part of it rather than sort of a patch, if you see what I'm talking about.
So
We'd be happy to. So can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
yeah, please do.
So the setback rules for the solar arrays, I think I explained last week, are that we are required to have twice the distance of the height of the array from the roof. So let's say the array sits 6 inches above the roof. We are then required by code to have 12 inches.
Right.
On the side, 12
On the
inches on
sides.
the side.
12
So
inches on
that's
the side.
the one
If
who
it was
said
6 inches, yeah.
Yeah, because I recorded it down because I didn't think we haven't been doing that. So I thought that was something we should watch. But I think you could, with all that in mind, fill it in so it didn't look like a patch. It looks like it was supposed to be there. Okay?
And they'd get more panels and therefore more utility out of the whole thing. So
Right. It wouldn't be so expensive because it wouldn't be that many more panels.
Right. Okay, thank you, Diane. How about you, Abby?
Well, I'd go along with it, but the screening, I hate depending on screening. I just want to say that for it right out. But if we're going to pass this, the screening has to be absolute. You have to you know, get the big balls of fir and you have to place them there and they really have to work so that we can say, you know, because we passed this, because not lack of visibility, but what's
Minimal
the next thing
visibility.
down?
Minimal visibility.
Minimal visibility,
Yeah.
okay? But
At
it has to, yeah,
Section.
okay. I want to hear what the other board members have to say too.
Okay, so Stephen, are you on?
I believe so. Am I there?
Yeah.
Well, I can hear you. There you are. Yeah, okay.
So I just want to say the jury's still out on the setbacks requirement. It was brought up to us at one point that that was fire code related. And from my understanding, that's the commercial code. Tim's correct that there are some codes, the international code that we've adopted, a portion of in any event, is the base code does reflect setback requirements. However, I haven't found anything specific to Massachusetts, and I have put out some requests for some information on that. So anyways, having said that, my concerns about this is not so much its location. Certainly at the end of the dead end road and the screening is effective, but that it really just is not in keeping with the guidelines. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Val.
What size are the panels?
3 feet, approximately 3 feet by 5 feet 6.
And they're going up and down or side to side? I can't tell.
They would be in portrait mode. So that would be up and down, I think, is in your language.
No, horizontal. They're horizontally formatted rather than vertically.
Is that
what I
right?
mean?
I think it's the other way around.
The
No.
other way around.
I guess I
Vertical.
Wait, did you-
can't
did you-
tell
I'm sorry, did you
how
say
many
portrait?
panels, which way they're running, and if this is just a shaded area that we're looking at.
Portrait is vertical.
No,
Right.
you're right. I'm sorry, I stand
like to
corrected.
see
Absolutely. Landscape is
amount of
horizontal.
panels in their configuration on something. Do we have that?
That
Yes,
would be helpful.
These are 2 rows of 10 panels, and they are in portrait mode, meaning the panels go, the long side is from top to bottom.
Correct.
Right.
And then we state that clearly, 20 panels, all black.
Right. Okay. So Val, that question is answered. Do you have any further comments? Sorry.
Not at this time.
Okay. So Tim, it sounds like to keep this alive, what we're going to be looking for is, well, first of all, I should speak. I appreciate the fact that this is a single story house, that your homeowner is okay with the idea of planting some year-round vegetation to screen it from the road. That's good. And I think that if you just do a little bit more due diligence in terms of the layout of the panels to satisfy Diane's question about maximizing the amount of panel that you have up there so that we minimize the amount of roof that's around it, that would be the next step. So can we do that? Or can you do that?
Could we, sure. Would it be possible to get conditional approval on that additional panel going on the top left corner? Subject to space?
See, I'm not sure that I understand that. Are you just going to add one, like literally one panel so that the thing steps?
That would, from the plan that I'm looking at right now, I believe that is our only option that we would have. I don't think I can add a full column.
Yeah, no.
No. Ray, can I ask Steve a question through you, please?
Yeah. Of course.
Steve,
Mhm.
I was asking, you made a statement that it didn't fulfill the requirements of the solar panels. Would you tell me what I don't want to have missed it because I've been trying to follow it all along, is what are the requirements that you don't think it follows?
Well, the primary requirement is that it not be on the primary structure. It'd be on a secondary structure. So, and then well, there's a couple others, but I think that's the primary one.
Okay, so that's something to know about because we come always with 90% on the primary structure. Thank you. So I would go along with Steve if he made a motion as to the fact that it doesn't fulfill the requirements of the solar program.
Did you make a motion, Stephen?
I did not.
Okay, you were just making an observation.
Yeah.
But so I would like somebody to make a motion if that's possible.
Do you want me to say that it is, I don't know whether they want to bother to do a revision to see whether it can be pulled in so it looks better, so it doesn't look like a patch. And that it is hidden from view using vegetation that would be in place at time of inspections. But that's such a iffy, tenuous motion that it really isn't good.
Can I add to Diane's motion?
Well, I'm not sure that we try. Go
Or
ahead.
fill it out a little bit.
Yeah.
That maybe we need a visual of what the trees would obscure. You could do, because you've done that before us in the past. You did it one in Sconset that showed the trees and how they would obscure. And to Val's point, could we see an outline of the panels so that we could see the 20 panels? Right now, we're just looking at black on black, and it's a little hard to.
It is.
Sort of.
To read it. Yeah.
Yeah, to read it.
Yeah.
We can't really tell whether, like, if you switched it from portrait to landscape, whether you could fill the whole thing out more. You know, Tim, I'm sure you've already thought about all this stuff because it's your business.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not asking for a reconfiguration, but just more so we can just look at it at a glance and say, okay, there are the 20 panels, 2/2s, 10 in a row. And those are the trees, and that's why you can pass it, because we can't see it with those trees right there. Then you'd have a leg to stand on.
I understand. I think that's a good strategy. So Tim, the request is that you do a Photoshop on those photographs that you took from the public way, showing what the screening would do for us. Mm-hmm. That was item number one. And item number two is to give us a slightly better drawing of this southeast elevation so that we can actually see the grid pattern of the 20 panels. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, sure, of course.
All right. So then, Abby, maybe we can take what you just said and put it in the form of a motion.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, can just one question. Happy to do that. I just want to be able to communicate back to the homeowner that we are still in play here, and that is, by going through another round of revisions, we have a reasonable probability of getting this approved.
Well, okay.
Right?
Well, we're gonna hold us hostage. No.
You don't have an approval until you have an approval. Yeah. So I'm not going to speculate about that. The good news is this motion keeps it alive. It's not a denial. So I think that's what you have to tell your client, is it's still alive. We need this additional information to feel comfortable moving forward with a possible approval, not guaranteed approval.
Okay. All right, that's my motion.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. And Abby, you're in
Aye.
favor of the motion, and chair's in favor. Did I get you, Val?
Yep.
I did. Okay, so I got everybody. Motion carries. Okay. Thank you. That was it
Thank
for
you.
you, right, Tim?
Yep, all done for tonight.
Yeah. Good night. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Now we're on to 46 Monomoy. Board is myself, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Okay. And do we have Hale on the line?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Hi there.
Hi. Good evening, everyone.
Been a while.
It's been a while. Thank you for your patience and thank you for
Whoa.
seeing me again.
I was losing sleep for the last month and a half.
What's that?
I've been losing sleep for the
I
last month and a half
appreciate
waiting
that.
for this to come in.
I've been losing sleep too, but not for the same reasons.
All right. So you must have some revisions for us.
I do. So I think it'd be most productive if we start on the elevations and I can refer back to the 3D materials as
Okay.
needed to supplement the conversation.
Great.
So Kathy, that would start on slide number 12 of 18. And as I move through the elevations, I'm going to address, there were 4 primary comments from the last time we spoke.
Mhm.
And then there's a couple of additional revisions. So I will identify how they fit in that context as we talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I have my number wrong. Keep going, Kathy. Apologize. There you go. So this is the east elevation facing Monomoy Road.
Mhm.
And all the revisions are clouded here. And I'd also, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like to save the turret conversation for last.
Fine.
So I've removed a cellar window in the bottom center, which is new. On the right side, I've extended the balcony further away from the building by approximately 9 inches. On the roof, I've changed the dormers from shed dormers to hip dormers.
Mhm.
That was one of the comments in the last conversation. And if we go to, I'm sorry to jump around, but if we go to slide number 4, we can see what that looks like in the overall view. Oh, there you go, just passed it.
Hmm. You're looking to rendering.
Keep going, a couple more.
There were some renderings for.
Yeah, sorry, keep going, Kathy. Sorry, for some reason I have my slides different than yours. Can you keep page turn?
No, other way.
To the renderings? Right there, okay, right there. So on the left, you have the photo as is. In the middle, you have the rendering from the last time we spoke. And on the right side, you have the proposed.
Oh.
So on the right side, you see the roof line with hip dormers where they were shed in the last review.
Can that get a little bit bigger? Yeah.
Better.
So Hale, on this front elevation, I think there are a couple of other changes that we see from the side, but the main revision here was going from shed roof, those dormers, to hipped roofs.
That's correct. That was the main comment.
Yeah.
And if you scroll down to, Mr. Chairman, you made a comment, which was to take the language, if you look in the center bottom, the language of that sort of half round or scalloped eave at the
oh yeah, right.
You made the comment to test that on the north porch, and I really like that idea, but I'm not proposing it here. The reason I didn't is I thought there's kind of an opportunity lost.
What was it?
Can everybody see me?
No.
No.
I apologize, I lost my connection.
Somebody wants to silence.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Was that you?
That's me. I'm sorry.
It was shutting you down. So Hale, what were you talking about with the scalloped porch roof thing?
So I really like the idea, and when I tested it, I thought I lost an opportunity to bring the rafter tails down to the ground so that I could express those kind of within eyesight. That was one comment, and then
I'm not quite following.
Yeah, me either,
but
sorry.
but I'm not sure that it's really necessarily that I do. We still see the scalloped porch detail on your current proposed elevation, right? You're muted now, friend. Yeah, you're muted.
Now we see you, but we can't hear you.
all right, can you see? Can you hear me now?
We got both now.
Okay.
All right. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't.
So the comment was to, your comment was to test it on the north porch. And I'd prefer not to, if that's okay.
Look, you don't need to address that right now.
Okay.
So we're,
We're not looking at that side.
hey, take that phone and throw it in the other room, please. Okay. It's probably ringing on his computer too.
I apologize, everyone.
Okay, so Hale, we got the front elevation. Now I think we should continue around the building.
Everybody, I apologize. I'm having a technical problem. I can't see the screen. I'm gonna click off and I'm gonna come right back in.
Okay. Holly, in the meantime, I think what we want to do is we want to scroll down until we get to Hale's elevations. Because then, in fact, let's see, the elevation that we just saw, I believe, was east. So the one that we should be looking at is probably the north elevation. Let's see. Okay, so that's the front. We just looked at that. Now can we go down to the north? All right, so, okay. Existing south, let's skip the south for the time being. Let's go to the north. Hey, Hale, we're just going to the north elevation.
Yeah, I'm with you and I'm back in action. I apologize, everyone.
All right, so north elevation.
So let's start with the easy one. In the lower left, I added a window that's more consistent with the original, which is above.
Right. What I can't see, I can see the proposed earlier. There we go. All right.
So on the left side, that's adding a window that was not in the previous proposal. And then on the right side, if we can come back to this when we talk about the turret.
Wow.
I'm really lost.
Yeah, I'm really confused too.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the north elevation, like where's this bubbled window that you're talking about on the left side that you added?
Sorry, I'm talking about the south elevation. Okay, and there's a bubble right there.
Right.
That was not on the previous proposal. So I'm bringing to your attention that I've added that window.
I'm looking up at the earlier one and there's a window sitting right there. So
that's the as-built.
Yeah, so you're just taking a window and
correct.
making it smaller
Correct.
and moving it a little bit, right?
Yeah, I'm just bringing to your attention something that
Okay.
was
It's
not there.
smaller and it's not lined up.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So that was south. Now can we move to the north? No, north is.
So the north conversation, the only conversation really in the north is the turret conversation. So if you don't mind, we can go back to that.
Okay, so then we want to go to, I guess, west, right?
To the west, that's the next page.
These are right. That's only a little piece though, right?
Yeah, it is. But we're going to go back to that, Val.
Okay, so on the west, the dormer in the center becomes a hip. There was a comment made about the sort of the group of doors in the connector to raise the kick plate. That was actually previously an accordion system. It's now a French door with side lights, taking into account that comment.
Okay. All right.
And if we can go back 2 more pages. The other way, sorry, to the end, to the very end.
34. What is the address
So-
of this 46 Monomoy?
So this is the cabana application. The top was approved. I'm proposing to modify the back of the cabana, which is clouded. So you're looking at what's already approved and compared to the bottom, which is proposed. So it's just stretching the back slightly.
Hey, Hale, can you remind me of something?
Sure.
Is this cabana connected to the house?
It is not. It's a freestanding pool cabana.
Okay, it's a separate application. We shouldn't even be talking about this.
Okay, apologies.
Take that off the table. I only want to hear about the house because that's what
Okay.
we're doing right now.
Understood.
Okay?
Yep.
So let's go back then. Anything to, okay.
So let's, if we can go back to the renderings, I think it's time for the turret conversation.
Yes.
So I'll just say that I've really struggled with it. Couple more. If you don't
When to
mind.
stop, Hale.
Right, right there.
See it.
Okay. So the upper left is the existing,
Mm-hmm.
and the center is proposed, which is obviously not a turret. I've struggled with this. My kind of, I'll make no secrets about it. I mean, obviously, as a homeowner, the deck would be really wonderful and be able to capture that view. Architecturally, I've always found it a little awkward in that it's kind of overlapping with the shed on the back. It's also kind of has its own language when compared to the other elements of the house. It's not consistent with the shed or with the hip dormers or with the yurkin head. So it's not my preference, and I wanted to take another pass at pushing back on that a little bit. And so what I've done is I've taken the same yurkin head and I've lowered it a little bit so that it is more consistent with the height of the turret. And is also a little more deferential to the surface of that north-facing roof. So it expresses more of the roof. And if you scroll to the next slide, you can see from the street. So you can see on the top are just photographs that we're taking of the condition just looking from the street, and then the renderings from the same view.
Okay. Yep. Right.
These are just comparing.
Mhm.
Ray, are you ready for comments?
I think I am. Hale, I know you've made like this elaborate defense of why you didn't use the turret, but I think at this point, let's just hear from the board, okay, about what you've submitted here.
I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, great. So Abby, are you ready?
Yeah, I am. And I want to say, Hale, that you've done a great job in keeping the character of this building. And I don't mind the turret being taken out, and because you've designed something that's very appropriate to this building. And I have some favorite elevations, but I don't want to be long-winded. But the one where you have the two sort of eyebrow dormers and the one little gable in between is my favorite elevation. I think you've done a wonderful job
The west.
redesigning this. It was in the drawing. It was one of your
Where's
elevations.
the west elevation? Okay, but was there more that you wanted to say, Abby?
No, I just wanted to compliment him. If you could go up just a little bit more. Just scroll up. Yeah.
Keep going. It's the last one. There it is. Right
Yeah,
there.
this one. I think that's, and I don't mind the overly French door. I don't know, somehow it just really seems, you've just done a very sensitive job with this from the beginning, and I appreciate it. Those are my comments.
All right, Abby, thanks. I'm sure Hale will take that compliment. Val.
I'm still looking on my computer to see what's
All
happening.
right, actually, I wanted to hear from Stephen because I think Stephen was the one that, I'll get back to you, Val, but Stephen was the one who presented the idea about the turret. So Stephen, are you ready?
Yeah, Hal's prevailed on my concerns with that. I do think the vocabulary it works. I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank
great.
you, Hal.
Thank
all
you.
right, that's super. Let's see, I'm lost on my thing. Oh, so Val, are you ready now?
Okay.
I mean, I could go.
Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, look, I think this is really very appropriate reno of this delightful sort of quixotic building. So yeah, I appreciate everything about this. Thanks, Hale. That's it for me.
Yeah. Does anyone else mind the cottage corners rather than the trim boards?
On the dormers.
No, on everything. They have cottage corners on the whole house, so it just seems a little more subdued than it was before.
Wait, I'm not sure that I agree with that statement. So like right on the screen now, we're looking at the west elevation that Abby.
Mr. Chairman, if I can comment, I think there's the renderings are really illustrative and some detail is missed in the rendering. So I think that's what.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at on my computer.
In elevation, they have corner boards.
Okay.
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 So your concern was that there were not corner boards.
Well, if you go back to those renderings, it's quite a different feel from having the trim on this particular house. Sorry, the phone's ringing.
Yeah.
I think he did an excellent job too. The one dormer I had some concern about was the one facing Monomoy Road. That's now a double. That was a single before, but not to the extent of changing it. It just.
Well, I think given that, Val, we could probably move this forward.
Yeah.
All right. So somebody. Oh, Diana, I'm so sorry. Wow. Wait a second. I got myself. Diane, I don't think you're on this.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, did you want to make a comment though?
No, I didn't say nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand waving. So
No.
We've heard from everyone who's sitting on this. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
That sounds good. All right. So Abby. You're muted. You just muted yourself?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up.
Yeah.
I love this project. I'm in favor.
Okay, so you're in favor of the motion. Great. Stephen.
I agree with what's been said.
Is that your phone again?
I'm throwing out the.
No.
It's connected to my computer and my phone is off. I apologize,
It
everyone.
has the same arrangement.
I don't know how to control that.
Yeah, it's a problem. So we're in the middle of the motion. So Abby's in favor of the motion. Stephen's in favor of the motion. Chair's in favor. Val, are you in favor of your own motion?
I am.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Hale.
I thank you everyone for your patience.
Up that phone, somebody's very.
I just want to say thank you. I think all the iterations have made this for the better, and I appreciate the comments. It's made a stronger project. So
thanks. It's going to be a really great project. It's going to be really.
Thanks for sticking it out with us.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Good night. Okay. So next,
I'm hanging up.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hate to see you go.
Yeah. All right. So now let's unmute Karen, who I'm assuming is on board for Swayze. Board on this one is myself, Diane, No John, Abby, and Val. Okay? Do we have Karen?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Karen.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
All right. So remind us what we're doing here.
All right. So this is half of the system that you approved about 2 weeks ago. There was a system on the back of the main house that's not visible at all. That was approved. And this is the other half. It's on the garage, the secondary mass or whatever you want to call it. And you requested a landscape plan. So I've got two here. The owner had already put a landscape plan in and plans to heavily landscape, so no one can see anything from the road and he can't see the road. And he's happy to do whatever you want. I mean, we proposed evergreens. You can put whatever restrictions on the landscaping you like. And the other thing I want to say is that this is a black asphalt roof. It covers the entire roof. It's a neat rectangle and it will be blocked from the road. And it's on the secondary part of the structure or mass.
Yeah, you've done a good job there, Karen.
Yeah, thanks. So I see the landscape plan. That's great. And I'm going to imagine, though it says evergreens, that's also great. So can we look at the document that has the actual location of the panels?
Scroll down on that.
Yeah, I gotta get to another PDF. I was wondering why there was two here. My apologies.
It's okay.
I answered my own question. Thank. It's the same.
It's the same. Yeah. So there's no additional thing that actually has the location of the panels on it?
Is there a way for me to share my file?
Well, there is. I don't know how to do it, but.
Well, I think I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah. Sorry.
Here we go. Okay. Boy, from that aerial photo, it looks like it's already heavily vegetated around there.
It's not. It looks like the picture.
Oh, I see. Former vegetation when they did the flyover and now it's all gone. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
So the idea, yeah, no, it's all coming back to me. Okay, that's an important thing right there, that photograph. And that was the crux of it, is how to block that visibility from Somerset. Okay.
Well, in sort of in lieu of what Karen said about it being, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. That it's at the time of inspection that this be obscured by the vegetation, we could make that a caveat. So
yeah. So Karen, you've been to a lot of our meetings. Usually we're doing this, inserting this language into an approval when it has to do with the pool, where our safeguard, because visibility is so subjective and tends to change over time, our safeguard is we approve it provided that the, whatever it is, pool, in your case, solar panels, are invisible from a public way at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity. That is safe language for us because basically 10 years from now, if they decide that, to get rid of all the vegetation and now the panels are highly visible, we can come back and say, oh no, the condition of the approval was to have this vegetation. So my question to you is your client comfortable with us doing that sort of language? Because if so, that would be an easy way for us to approve it. I think, I haven't polled the board yet, but would your client be amenable to that language?
Ray, is the language invisible or very limited visibility?
Because you're definitely going to see the top of the roof.
Yeah. So I think you're right, Karen. Like with a pool, it's invisible because it's at ground level and it's very easy to screen. This is a little bit less so because, yeah, you'll probably see the top of the roof over the vegetation. but that's kind of up to the board, I guess. But conceptually, are you okay with that language?
Yes, I am, because
Okay.
my customer has said he'll do anything he needs to.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of this fits it, that it's this, you know, a secondary building on the site, black asphalt roof, trees to obscure. So this
Okay.
is a little bit easier than the previous ones.
Some of the other ones, yeah. Okay, Abby, those were good insights. How about you, Val?
I'm mostly okay with that. I just wonder whose final determination is going to be mostly screened or partially invisible, or, you know, who's going to make that call.
You know, I say Kathy. I vote Kathy.
Okay, no.
Actually, Kathy,
It's not clear enough for me.
who does the site inspections?
Myself.
So it is you.
Well, yeah, more or less.
She does everything.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I don't mind seeing a bit of the top of this. I don't mind seeing the gable. We are trying to do solar. It's just that this one seems less in your face than the other ones that were on like the front of the house.
Yeah, that I agree.
Okay. And we do have a homeowner who in this case is obviously very amenable to any kind of screening that will get them their panels. So
I do have a question though for Karen.
Yeah.
So what's your take on this side-to-side business to the edge of the building? Because we seem to be getting conflicting information.
What's my take on what, though?
So we've been told recently by some of your competitors that it's not possible to make the panels go to the edge because of some building code.
Oh, I can speak to that.
Thank you.
Okay, there has been talk of that, and there has been a proposal within the state, but it has not been passed. And at this point, no one thinks it will be. So it came up, there was language that it was proposed, but no, it is not a ruling.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Sure.
Worth the price of admission. Okay. So Val, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Diane, I think you're on this. Let me just check.
Yep.
Yep, you're on this. So what do you think?
I was just wondering what that empty space is in the front of, what was there at Somerset Road where there's that ratty looking
bushes.
Huh?
It was bushes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So if he's willing to work to have it hidden as much as possible, we will probably see the top of it, but that will not be as disturbing as, you know, seeing the whole thing. I think they've done the best to cover it, and with in perpetuity put on our motion, it should be good.
Great. Okay. Well then, so I'm in favor of everything that you folks have just said. So I'd be interested in hearing a motion from one of you.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, so the only thing I want to say further is that on the corner where you have, it almost looks like a grid of evergreens. I'd like to see a combination, but the end all, well, on the corner of Swayze and Somerset, that there's variation in the evergreens, but that the evergreens do cover that the main mass of evergreens do obscure the gable with the solar panels.
Can I just say something about, I mean, that's fine, because I think that Karen was looking for input on the vegetation. Interestingly, though, the Swayze Somerset corner is not where you're going to see these panels.
Right.
Okay, so the Somerset Road
southwest.
Okay, so the Somerset Road, I mean, you know, just so
you want to break it up.
Even there, yeah, just
so it's not
looks
a wall.
Like nine evergreens in a row. Maybe can you just make them look a little more naturalistic, because I know out there it's got its own vegetation and I don't want it to look out of place.
Okay, so I think the simple way of accomplishing that goal in the motion would be to say naturalized vegetation,
Okay,
right?
yes, and yeah,
Opposed
so
to
that it looks like
normal.
the surrounding trees.
Yeah. Karen, you get it?
Yep.
I know that, yes, you do get it.
Yep.
But
Okay,
mainly that they're evergreens and they will obscure the solar panels. That's my motion.
okay.
Go along with that motion of it being natural vegetation and not a wall of cedars in a row.
Yeah, so I'm going to sort of paraphrase the motion, and it will be something along the lines of the approval is based on there being limited visibility of the solar panels proposed based on naturalized vegetation being planted between the public way and the solar array.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
So Diane.
I say aye.
Great. And Abby, that was your motion, right?
It is.
Okay, so Val
Aye.
and Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
And the chair's in favor, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, take care.
You
Next
too.
up, we're good? Next up, we're 19 Lily Street.
And I'm recused from this, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
so we have a three-person board on this, myself, Diane, and Stephen. And there were at least two, perhaps more letters that were sent out from neighbors on this. And I'm wondering either Holly or Kathy. By the way, Holly, was there a on this? Holly? Is Holly there?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was on mute.
No, that's okay. You were on. So were there HSAB comments on this?
Yes, there are.
Okay. So what I'd like from staff is HSAB comments, and if you guys could read those letters. I know that they circulated to the members, but just if we could read those into the record, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
So this is what we received from Mr. Harvey. Dear Miss Flynn, we own and live at 15 Lily Street, so we are close neighbors to 19 Lily Street. We would like the HDC to vote against the second curb cut, which that's a moot point. Parking area for 19 Lily Street for several reasons. The house was extended to the south and now looks much longer and sits very close to Lily Street. It needs more landscaping, not another parking area. There is already parking on the north end that could accommodate 4 parked cars. The length of the house and the massing along the street cause it to look like a duplex. A second parking area will only reinforce that appearance. It would set a bad precedent. The examples of neighboring driveways used in the application should have more explanation. The first one, given 35 Lily Street, has 1 parking area on the street and a driveway to the guest cottage. 19 Lily does not have a guest cottage. The property is much larger and deeper than 19 Lily. The design of the property is very different. The property most similar to 23 Lily Street, is most similar, sorry. It is also long and linear with a similar size lot, but set back from the street and a fence along the front. There is only 1 curb cut. 6 and 8 Lily Street are on the opposite side of the street and should not be considered to have as much bearing. The houses along the side of the street back up to Lily Pond and the lots are much deeper. Please, the existing curb cut is appropriate and should be sufficient. I would like to note that the planning board did already approve the second curb cut. As far as HSAB goes, they met twice. They met on the 29th. They asked for photos of the building from the street. Wanted to know the height of the retaining wall and needed a better view of the elevations. Those actually have been provided. These are the comments for today. That the parking should be more flush with the dwelling, so that way it actually goes into the property and not really sticks out closer to the house. It was hard to tell what was happening, but okay with the cobblestone grass parking. I know they were happy with the proposal that was provided as far as the renderings go.
Mr. Chair, through you,
Yeah.
Holly, there's another a butter
Yeah, I thought there were two.
comment. Mr. Harsk, did you get that? I attached it to, if not, I can read it.
Could you read it, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dear Ms. Flynn, we are the owners of both 8 Lily Street and 21 Lily Street. We'd like the HTC to vote against the additional parking area for the renovated property at 19 Lily Street. The addition has changed the character and appeal of the house, and adding parking will create the appearance of a row house and a parking lot. The lot is very narrow, as is ours at 21 Lily Street, and sits right on the street with no way to break up the extremely long structure on the street by adding appealing landscaping. The current driveway, like the one at 21 Lily, is long and can hold 4 cars. Thank you, Kathy and Steve Harkness.
Thanks, Kathy.
You're welcome.
You know what? I can't remember. By the way, David Trost is on. I saw him someplace. Oh, okay. This is good. This is helpful. What I can't remember is what sort of revisions we had requested on this application. And I do want to ask something now that I actually have a visual, and that is back to HSAB. HSAB said something about making the parking deeper, but how can you actually do that? Because it would run into the building, right? I'm not understanding something.
The comment was more or less because of the parking, the cars would
They'd be
front
right
in,
there.
right,
Yeah.
and this landscaping, it was hard to discern how large that landscaping bed was going to be. I guess right here it's indicated, but he was talking about having more of the parking spaces coming in, if that makes any sense. More flush to the wall.
Okay. Thanks, Holly, for the clarification.
Sorry, Ray,
Yes.
it might have been talking about tandem parking. I'm not sure, though. See how that to the far right or far left on this drawing?
Well, there's parking on both sides. There's parking on the far left and the far right. Which do you
No,
mean?
I mean on the proposed. They
Yeah.
might have been suggesting, or somebody might have been suggesting tandem parking where you park
Yeah, I know, parallel to the road,
on,
right?
no, tandem, like one pulls in and then a car pulls in behind it.
But how could you do that? Like, there's not enough depth to be able to do that.
Well,
I mean, I hear you. I understand, but like, well, wait, okay. Maybe let's hold that thought for a moment. Thank you, Abby. And let's actually hear from David, who is going to give us, I'm sure, a stellar show about what he did here. So David, are you on?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Okay, good. So the revisions that we made from your comments last time or last week was we changed the material, was the most significant change from being proposed as brick with cobblestone center strips to cobblestone. Basically, in the second sheet that shows the other driveways on Lily Street, we're proposing for it to look exactly like 15 Lily Street, which is in the middle of those photos under existing Lily Street driveways. I mean, it'll be wider than that, but
same material.
Yeah, so it's which more or less looks like lawn. And we reduced the width of it to a minimum requirement for 2 cars, which is 18 feet, pretty much. And as far as the depth of it goes, you're exactly right, Ray. Like, you can't, there's no way you could park one car behind another. And we were trying to keep the back of the cars off the street. So I'm trying to push it up as close to the addition as possible, but also allow for planting in front of that brick foundation, which is fairly tall. So that planting bed is like 18 inches, and then I have to allow for the wall thickness.
Hey, Dave.
If we, I would love to be able to put cars deeper into the lot, but there's just no room on the right.
Right. So, David,
Yes.
are these actually legal spots? Not width-wise, depth-wise, from the property line, not the street edge, from the property line to where the front of the car would go. Are they legal?
Well, by whose definition?
The town.
Well, the planning board, I guess, approved it and also provided, and I haven't seen this document, provided specific dimensions.
Okay.
So I assume that we met the criteria, but I'm not.
You haven't been to the DPW yet, right?
Correct.
Okay.
We've been told that this is the process we got to go through first.
Okay. Because, just for information for all of you who are sitting on this and everybody really, if we approve this, they can't just go ahead and build it. They still have to go to the DPW and get approval from them, so there's a lot of hurdles in terms of getting a parking space. But that's neither here nor there in terms of our approving or disapproving this. So thanks, Dave. I'm going to try.
The other thing, if I can make a quick point,
Go
because both neighbor letters brought up the suggestion that the existing parking area was deep enough to put 4 cars. It is not deep enough to put 4 cars. You can't park cars behind. If you see in the picture, one of the pictures shows that existing parking area. It's under existing site conditions. It's the second picture in from the left. And it shows the two cars parked with tarps over them, with covers over the 2 cars.
Yeah.
To park a car behind those would be sticking out into the sidewalk and into the street. It's just not quite deep enough.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Unless it's a mini or something like that, but.
Right. Yeah. Yes, Holly.
I know I mentioned this before, and I know Stephen alluded to it. Yes, I'm actually staring at, and I apologize, I don't have it available up on the screen, but I'm staring at the application that Mr. Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveying submitted to the planning board in June.
Yeah.
And he's indicating that there's enough parking along the new parking spot for 2 7x17 parking spaces, but with that it would go out to the edge right here.
I'm amazed that the planning board approved that. I got to say honestly, because usually under normal circumstances you have to take it from the property line, not from the because that's parking your car on town property.
I wish I could speak to that, and I wish I was there, but I wasn't.
I'm not asking you to, but thank you for the information.
Yes,
These are not deep enough, honestly.
But
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
No matter what the planning board does or said, or the DPW, if the HTC considers it to be not going along with the rest of Lily Street, 2 parking spaces on 1 property, can it not be sent back for revisions, or are we stuck with it because the planning board said to do it?
Well, let me make sure I understand you correctly. because the planning board approved this doesn't mean that we have to approve it, which
Okay,
the DPW has to approve it. So we're all independent. So we're allowed to say whatever we want to say, really. And if it requires somebody to go back to the planning board for a modification to their approval, then that would have to happen, right?
okay. Yeah,
So,
I was thinking that, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure.
yeah, okay. So do you want to continue, Diane? You are
Okay.
three sitting members on this after all.
Right, I have not been there, but I have got pictures from all corners and whatever, and the other houses along Lily Street, and the house that is on the same side, that's that house that's up, that was a laundry place. I can't remember the number, but I'm sure Abby knows which house I'm talking about. It's very long,
Yeah.
and it was a laundry store in the earlier days.
25.
Yeah. And everybody has adhered to one parking space. If they are adding on to the building, which I find maybe because it's pretty raw, still I do not find attractive, that so that they can put in 4 cars and they've got 2 people who drive and the rest is supposed to be children, then why are we giving up 4 or 2 spaces which encloses that house, which the way that both the gables present to Lily Street is not very soft to begin with. I don't think that they should get the 2 spaces, 4 cars on 2 cars on both sides, and if there's room to squeeze another one in, they more than likely will do so. I think it is an overuse of the land that's around there, and it does not fit in with the other houses. There are some long houses, but they are set back and they only use what was available to them, which is 1 parking space and perhaps a driveway. I would like to see it presented without the second parking space.
Okay, thank you very much, Diane. Stephen, you've been quiet there. Are you still with us?
Let me see, am I muted?
No, you're good. You just
My
been awfully
videos,
quiet tonight.
videos off.
Hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with a lot of what Diane said, primarily revolving around the fact that if I voted for this addition, I made a big mistake. I don't believe I did, but I'm just saying. It's just a very strong presence with that double gable. And I think if this were to move forward, I would want to see some screening with that. And David is, clearly capable of coming up with his own plant list, but I'm talking about something columnar in those beds, maybe like a fastigiato hornbeam or a liquid ambar slender silhouette or something like that. That's going to have a tree form that's going to get up to around or above the window height, and a couple of them on each side, because it's just such a strong presence for that addition, given its ridge height relative to the primary structure. And I don't know why I didn't notice that in the last set of images, but I apologize that I didn't make that comment before. So again, if this were to proceed, I do think it should be pared down, perhaps to 1 space. And without question, I think that the screening should be required. I think that screening would have been in place to some extent or another, maybe lower, but closer to the street. So it doesn't need to be higher if the parking spaces weren't brought forth. I hope that's helpful, Mr. Chair.
It was very helpful because I think the 3 of us sitting on this application are all on the same page in terms of we'll split the baby. There's obviously a lot of objection from the neighbors and so forth to having additional off-street parking, but instead of having 2, I'd be okay with the idea of having 1. I agree with this idea of screening all that massive amount of brick, which really kind of sort of has nothing to do with the parking, but as long as we're at it. Oh, and if it goes down to one space, and presumably the one space would be the right-hand space as viewed from Lily Street, that would leave more lawn, and therefore you could have more sort of stuff to mitigate that very tall brick-based structure that we're looking at right now. Those are my thoughts. Should we hold this for a little while longer?
I'd make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, thanks.
Do I get to talk as a neighbor or should I just
Yeah,
wait?
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Abby.
Well, I just,
Wait, hang on.
okay.
Stephen, I'm going to hold that motion, okay? I should have had asked if anyone else wanted to speak. So I'm going to hold your motion, but I'm going to go back to it. Go ahead, Abby.
I just think, I think it's inappropriate already having two spaces. I think it's very tight with the driveway next door. There's a skinny little strip of dirt that gets, the erosion flips it back and forth. I mean, it's kind of just, it seems a little insensitive to the street. I'd like to see it minimalized or not at all. And actually, yeah, extending all that brick foundation it really has to be addressed with the landscaper here, David. I'm sure you'll do a good job, but I'm not speaking for all the neighbors. I'm speaking for just being a neighbor myself. So
Understood.
I did,
Okay.
and I think it's a
Can I-
terrible precedence. So
Thank you, Abby. Diane, did you want to say something?
I wanted to ask another question. I don't know when this was approved, but I was wondering why the foundation on the new gable building is so tall. It's got a full doorway on that corner.
Yeah.
And it's not in the flood zone. Why was it made so large? For a reason?
I can speak to that. I did the plan. It's built exactly as you guys approved it. It was to match the existing, and the lot starts in the back with a slope from Academy Hill down. So it is encumbered with a lot of challenges. And there was never even any discussion about the screening, although at the time there was a hedge across there. So probably that was the intent originally, to keep the hedge there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think that where in that proposed driveway and retaining wall, second picture in on the little pictures, that driveway is in no way going to be able to be hidden or disguised, nor the one that is existing with the house on the other side. I think that we can look at Steve's motion, but I think it's a very difficult way to, I think it's going to be very difficult to change it so it is not right out on the street. That's all.
Could I speak to that?
Sure, Dave.
I've been taking in everything you guys have been saying. And I think if you're okay with it, I would like to hold for revisions, and I feel like my client would be okay with one spot. And I think if we tucked that one spot as hard to the right as possible,
Yes.
looking at the house from the street, then it gives us a lot of room to buff that addition,
Right.
which seems to be something that everyone would like to see.
Yeah,
And
that would go a long way.
Keep it cobblestone, keep it, the other thing that the small retaining wall benefits is planting at that elevated height in front of the foundation. But so if you don't mind, I'd like to to hold for revisions, and I'll come back to you with that.
So there is a motion that Stephen has made a motion to hold for revision. So I was about to go through and vote on that. Hey, so by the way, is it PAGNAM or PAGNUM? I think it's UM.
Sorry, say that again?
Pagnum is spelled with a U, I think.
Oh, okay. I always thought it was an A.
Check it out. On our list here, it says NUM. Okay, so the motion is to hold for revisions. Diane?
Yes.
Chair's in favor. Stephen, are you in favor of your motion?
I am, but I just want to reiterate something I may not have been clear about.
Go ahead.
A big portion of how this might be successful is clearly the 15 Lily Street example.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure I was clear to David and my own beliefs.
I agree with that. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion carries. Dave, thanks. We'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Next up, 44 Fair. This we have everyone on 44 Fair. Now, do we have Linda on board?
She was here earlier.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, there she is.
I'm here.
Okay. 40, oh,
been
yes,
here.
yes.
3 hours.
Totally remember. Yeah, okay.
I have to go pick up my brother from the airport, so I got to speed through this.
Yeah, okay. Well, you
It's taking him 2 days to get here from Palm Springs.
Put up the strings, thank you.
Yep. Gave you
Okay.
the site plan.
Yep.
Put it back on top of the wall. Looks much better straight.
Yep, agree.
The wall disappears. When you get to the next picture here, the wall disappears as you get up to 36 and 28. So it doesn't go all the way up to the other retaining wall. It stops about 5 feet before you get there.
Okay. Hey, so I have a question for you, Linda.
You see the red X? The red X is the 36 on the grade.
Yeah, that's where basically we'll cease to see the retainage that the fence is sitting on top of.
Yep, and then it gets to 28 up there by the retaining wall because we have to stay off those roots of that tree.
Oh yeah, right. Cut around them. Yep.
Those ropes painted, or the colors they were, made it very clear to understand. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It took us quite a while to get this one worked out.
No, this is good. This is what we were looking for, was like a visual. So is it safe to say that the fence will be like the fence in the old pictures? Because
yeah, it's just a type 2 cat picket white.
Well, but what I meant was the proposal that you had earlier had a bunch of posts coming up with post caps on them.
No, we got no post caps. We
Okay,
don't need post caps except for where the gate is, probably the gate cup. Call out on the gate.
You don't even really need them there. You know, there's plenty of gates that just have that.
Yeah, I don't want them.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But
yeah.
Are you, you're finished, right, Linda?
Well, we got into a bit of a battle. It was split 2-2.
You got to pick up your brother. So we got to make this brief.
Yeah, but let me be real quick. Just to give them due course.
Is submitted.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you. There's
Mr. Chair, on the motion.
Yes, go.
So just on the south elevation, I don't mind one way or the other, but just to be clear with respect to the approval, the south elevation shows 2 posts one on each side flanking the gate.
That's why I asked the question.
Right. So Val, you are aware of that, and that's your motion?
No. Linda says she would rather not have the posts.
Okay, but Val's motion was to approve as submitted, so that's how.
Oh, I was going per the photo with the strings.
Yeah. So that was a good catch. But so Linda, to be
clear,
take
the post caps off.
What?
Take the post caps off.
Right.
I'm fine either way. I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah. Okay. So Val, maybe your motion could be to approve with no post caps.
That would be my motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Oh,
Um,
sorry, Holly.
that-
Holly,
that-
I
that's
tried to get
okay.
it in, but I was not gonna argue about it.
No, I know, but I just want to let you know that the HSAB did look at the revisions today.
Yeah.
The basic bring it down to brass tacks is they appreciated the historical photo, but they were wondering if there could be some sort of like a stepping stone on the other side of the gate, so it would differentiate between, you know, going from the sidewalk to the grass to up onto this patio, because behind the gate and the fence is
All right,
going to
it's-
be grass and vegetation.
You mean just to like at
It's not gonna
grade-
be a step up. It's gonna be graded out.
Hang on. So Linda, you're gonna have to step up onto the retaining wall to get through the gate.
Yep, inside the gate, inside the gate. You know, on the back side of the gate.
Well, I'm not understanding then, because if you have a retaining wall going up on either side, you're just gonna have like brick going in under the gate, in which case the gate would have to be longer than the fence on either side of it to reach the ground, right?
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to put a piece of what's there now, which is flagstone between the wall and the patio, just to stay off the grass.
That was the intention.
no,
So it'll be a little
Yeah.
path. It'd be about 5 feet long.
Okay, but here's what I'm not understanding. So Holly, I think you had the cursor there, right? The little arrow?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, so we have a string at the bottom of the gate. I was assuming that from the bottom of the gate down to grade, which is a step, that would just be the retaining wall, and then you would be stepping up onto the retaining wall. Otherwise, you're
Yes.
gonna have a void there.
Yes,
So I'm correct.
yes, that's correct.
All right.
Yes,
And so Holly, back to HSAB. They were okay with the idea of having like a stepping stone inside of the gate in the grass,
Yes.
yes,
right?
Yes.
Linda, you just said that you're okay with that.
absolutely.
Okay, so I think we're good to go. So I'm gonna, Val,
Yeah,
could you add to your motion just that we will have a flush stone set into the grass on the inside of the gate for when you go in, you're not just stepping on the grass? Can that be part of your motion?
yes, it can.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to pull the board. Stephen,
I hate to bring it up, but
go ahead.
I'm looking at the south elevation and it says 18 inch, 0 to 18 inch. And the image and what I saw on the site, it's closer to like just a foot on the right-hand side if you're looking at the image.
You're
that
right.
shows.
You're
So,
right. It's not 18 inches.
so if we
We were
correct
sort
that,
of, yeah, we were sort of trying to figure out what the depth was because we hadn't graded over that far yet.
Okay.
So we were trying
Okay.
to sort of extrapolate what it was,
Linda,
just to keep
Linda.
it level.
so you're good with changing that to 12 inches, approximately
I
12
think it's more like
inches?
15, if the truth be told.
Fine.
I'd rather go 15 and just do it as short as I can.
Okay.
Right. It's going to be what it is, and that what we see, assuming that line is level, which I'm sure it is, that's going to be what we're looking at right there. And I
Yeah.
agree with Stephen. It's not 18 inches. It's more like a foot. So Stephen would like the language saying 18 inches, 18-inch high wall to be stricken. Can that be
I have
part
a
of your motion?
suggestion.
What?
Yeah, just leave it around approximately 15, maybe an inch more or less. I just want to keep it level.
Yeah, so can I just quick, because this is getting crazy.
Yeah, it is.
No, I'm totally with you on that, but the top of your retaining wall is going to be 0 at the left,
Right.
Yeah.
at grade at the sidewalk. So whatever it is on the right, if it's level, is going to be what it is. But so you don't need a dimension there. You're just going to say level
Level.
left at 0 to whatever it is. And then
Sure.
that way, if it's 16, you're okay. And if it's 12, we're okay, and so on and so forth.
Right.
Okay.
You're just saying strike the language that says 18 inches.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And just keep it level.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Val, are you okay with that? Is that part of your motion?
Sure.
Okay, Stephen,
Aye.
great.
Abby,
No, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Very good. And Val, you're in favor of that long motion of yours?
I
I
forgot
was
what it
gonna
was.
recant my motion and have someone else make it, but
Way
sure.
too long, way
I
too
like
long.
yours. Okay,
I
and
got
the chair's in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Linda. Oh,
Thank
you got
you.
another one here.
Yeah, this one should be all of 10 seconds.
Okay, let's go. 10 seconds. 9. Cole Coombs Camp, Oliver Welch. Same.
Yep.
Yep. NHA. Oh, yeah. I remember this.
Remember the deck?
Yep.
I gave you the site plan. We found one that would work.
Locus. Okay. All right.
Focus. Here we go.
Okay.
There you go.
Children's Discovery, 26 by 12 at grade.
There you go. I blew it up for you.
Yep. Got it.
No lattice, just a 5-foot board fence, 5-foot board
Mhm.
fence, and the at-grade deck, and it's coming straight off the threshold. And by the time it gets to short of that tree, which we can't get near,
Right.
we made it less deep. It's back to 12, and you asked me to keep it away from that window, which we did, because that window is between that right side of the deck and the sidewalk, so we moved it over.
Okay.
And by the time we get to the outside edge of that 12 feet, it's probably going to be embedded in the ground, and that's what he has intended. So there's not going to be really a ramp, but in case we do, we were just moving the ramp from the door to the outside.
Okay. All right. Would anyone care to speak on this first?
I just would like to clarify, Mr. Chairman, the 26 by 12 at-grade deck with ramp. Linda, that is, through you, Mr. Chair, that is the top of the deck is flush with grade, or it's sitting on, the bottom of the deck is sitting on grade?
On grade, because it has to come out flush with the threshold from that back door for a handicap. So it's coming straight off that back door. There's a picture down below where you can see where that threshold is.
Right. It's
The
low.
ramp may not be necessary at all because the other outer edge is going to be embedded right in the ground. So it's not going to be elevated.
Okay, I just wanted clarification, thanks.
No, I remember the photo. We're coming on it. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, the
There he is.
the
You
door
see, it's
is
already in the
about
ground.
3
It's already
inches.
embedded in the ground here.
Right. Okay.
And he's standing at the 12-foot mark, so you can see how far out it is.
Oh, okay. That's good. All right. Any other questions on this?
Yeah, I just want to ask
Yeah.
Linda through you I just read, it just caught my eye. It says only 3 trees are remaining.
They're the 3 trees that are there. They only took down 1 scrub oak. You'll see, keep going. If you go up 1.
Okay, yep.
1, 2, 3, they're staying. And the one over here that was tiny and kind of in the way is gone. But these 3
Okay.
are staying.
And the chestnut tree is staying.
We're staying away from the roots on that completely.
Okay,
Now what we do, see the walkway right here?
Yep.
Stay up there, Holly. Back up. Go up again. There is a flagstone walkway. What we may have to do is run that from the edge of the deck right over here to where the bench is, just for a path of travel. We're not sure how we're dealing with path of travel right now. I'll have to probably come back for something.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Diane?
yep, I just wanted to know what the 3 trees were. I appreciate the deck. It will make it easier for kids who can't take a step up and old people too. So I appreciate the change. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. If there are no other comments or concerns, I think we can move forward with a motion on this.
Make a motion to approve.
All right. That sounds good. Thank you, Diane. Abby. Abby there, she's muted. How about you, Val?
I'm fine with it.
Very good. Thank you. How about you, Steve?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby, do we have you?
Yes, I'm here. Aye.
All right. And Diane, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Very good. And the chair's in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Linda. Say hi
Thank
to
you,
your
guys.
brother for us.
Get your
Bye.
brother.
All right.
It's taken him
Next up-
2 days to get here.
Oh, gosh. Wow. I know Chuck is here with us because I saw him signing in. We're at 25 Dukes Road, board, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen, everybody again. Okay. Hi, Chuck.
Is he here?
I thought he was here earlier.
He's here, but it looks like his audio is still trying to connect.
Let's see.
Here,
Oh, there
there
he
you
is.
go. There he is. And let's see.
Hello.
Chuck.
Hi there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Okay. So we have your stuff up on the screen. You have all 5 of us sitting on this application.
So can I start?
Yeah, please do.
All right. So I just wanted to, you asked me for more information about the code relative to the panels. And I sent a packet, I think, to both you and to Kathy so she could share it with the board members. And so I did a fairly thorough code research. And in fact, the IRC has specific issues. Well, has specific issues relative to the placement of solar panels. However, the important thing to disregard, there was a International Fire Code requirement of a 36-inch perimeter around all panels.
Was that for commercial? Because we just went through this with Karen Alentz. Like
Karen's wrong. Karen's wrong.
Oh, so everybody gives us wrong information.
No, but let me get to this. That's the IRC. This is the International Residential Code.
Okay.
Massachusetts issued an amendment. I copied you with that in that package I sent you, and specifically it's R324.3, where they delete the International Fire Code, and they delete some other sections associated with that, and they make this basic statement that say, and what this does, and I also talked with the building commissioner, talked with Jeff Morash, you can build out to the edge as far as there is no setback by the code in terms of specific number. However, when you read this code and it says the statement of accordance with all governing loading conditions, and the big thing is wind loading. And so I submitted to you guys, and it's not here, a very long dissertation from 2 separate engineering groups that studied this. And if each one of them is probably 30 or 40 pages, and they have wind tunnel tests and everything else. The issue is when you take a panel all the way to the edge of the roof is uplift.
Mm-hmm.
A panel that's extended all the way to the edge of the roof has the forces are greatly amplified. By simply moving it back 10 to 12 inches, the likelihood of the panel being ripped off in a hurricane or other high wind event diminishes significantly. Thus, I think Zach or Mr. Carruthers, who was presenting, said the uplift of the roof edge 2 times the height of the panel, 10 to 12 inches, solves the problem. So that is where we are. And somebody, if you're up late, you want to read those engineering dissertations, there it is.
Okay. Very thorough, as usual, Chuck. Thank you.
Right. But there's a perfect example of what happens with the wind on an edge of a roof. And the wind shows that, how it amplifies right at the corner.
Just grabbing that corner. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
So where does that relieve us with respect to your project?
So what I was able to do is I still get another panel in there, and I'm sneaking out into that zone. And what I have to do to get that to work is I probably need to add additional connectors, but I will be about 6 inches in on each end if I add a panel, if I added two more panels essentially to that run.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I want to make the point that, you know, I have these panels on these two roof planes, but this is the side of the house, not the primary elevation.
Yeah.
It will be visible in some respects from Duke's Road, but at the closest point, I'm 110 feet. At the farthest point, I'm closer to 140 feet. And there's when you go into the photos, there's the natural vegetation, there's a wetland, and all the vegetation that's already there that starts to screen this along with the ganged windows. And as that matures, and we've already planted a number of other fruit trees in that area, this will become less and less visible. And that's the only revision I made is the upper panels that are on the secondary element, which is a 2-story element, I did push those out closer to the edge also. I didn't really circle those, but that gets this to where we're out edge to edge,
right?
Or so.
Okay.
So that is my only revision.
Okay. Thanks, Chuck. Now, back to the origins of this. This, for those of you that don't remember this, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Chuck, this building was approved like over 3 years ago by this board, and then the approval lapsed. So what we're actually approving is the whole building, not just the solar array, correct?
Correct. And in fact, the building was never approved.
Oh.
It's like a new submission, but I'm designing it from the get-go. Again, it's designed to be a net zero structure. The panels are integral. So it's right from the start, a solar panel. Now I submitted these because these are ganged windows. This is my abutter with all kind of ganged windows right on the street, not 110 feet from the street. Right. There's another drawing of a second structure that's to go up beside it with all the ganged windows. And
so what we're looking at is Ed's project right now.
That's Ed's project that's under construction and the one that is slated to happen next. But this is my abutter up the street. All my photos are taken standing in the dirt road of Duke's Road with ganged windows. No one's lost their eyesight. No one's gone insane due to the overwhelming massings of ganged windows. So this is up on Vestal Street.
Okay.
Yeah, lest we forget.
Is that
okay? Let's move it along.
Yeah, okay. I like that idea. Hey, well, I was going to look at a site plan and see where the wetlands were, but I will trust that they're in your front yard, basically, right?
And they're shown on so there you go. So, in fact, where you see the north arrow, those are all those little curvy lines. The 100-foot buffer, in fact, the 50-foot buffer just misses the corner of my house.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so let's go.
Yeah.
Chop chop.
That's great. Love it. No, Abby, you're up.
Okay, I'm okay with this solar application. I'm okay with the architecture.
Okay, because it's not just about the solar. I want to make that.
I understand
everything here. Okay, got it. And you're okay with it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Val?
I'm fine.
Okay, Stephen?
I'm okay with the house. I'm a no on the solar.
Okay. Thank you. Diane?
I'm okay with the house. And from what Chuck said, this should fill all our things. That there was that wind thing and everything that I had read about. So I don't think it's going to be seen to that extent, surely not with the thing next door to it. And I think the plants there grow with great rapidity, so I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that Chuck made a very convincing case here, so I'm good to go. So I think that
I'll make a motion to approve.
as submitted, I guess, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so the motion is on the table to approve this as submitted. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Chuck, how much do you lose if you take the second floor panels off?
Well,
Because those also are not, they're kind of.
so here's a compromise. I think I could, actually, I think I could take those off at this point. And what I may come back with is an amendment to add them to the west roof. And that becomes more of the evaluation. But in fact, if I couldn't put them there, I could move them over onto my greenhouse.
Can I amend my approval?
Yes.
I will remove those 7 panels.
It's, yes, to remove 7 panels on the top gable.
Right.
Okay, I love it. All right, so we're gonna start back down. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye, with those removed, aye.
great. Stephen?
Actually, I'm an aye with those removals
Oh,
on the secondary structure, and Chuck had previously mentioned the screening, so I'm good.
oh, okay, great. All right, so
I'm in favor too.
Abby, yes, and then Val, you're in favor of your motion?
It was
Yeah.
mine.
It was Abby's, but
Oh, right, I'm sorry. And so the chair is in favor, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Good night.
Good night.
All right, Val, this one's you now. So you
Oh,
have
this is a
me.
fun one.
What?
This is a fun one.
Oh,
Yay.
yeah. that's
It
right.
is.
Okay, so board on this is myself, Diane, Abby, and Stephen. Okay, Val.
so
Do we have, I'll ask the question so I don't forget, Sconset Advisory.
yeah.
Yes, sir. And they said the balanced roof makes sense. It looks great.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, so now you can go, Val.
I did a little presentation last week with PowerPoint showing you the different incarnations out here. We're choosing to be somewhere in the middle. We didn't want the ginormous middle dormer. So we scaled it back, but we added the detail that was on, I think, the
Right.
1920s version.
To the middle iteration. Yeah, there it is.
Yes, the Swiss chalet.
Yeah, and we dropped the side dormers down quite substantially, and so they more emulated the historic photo. And yeah, that's what we did.
Great. Thanks, Val. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Okay, Abby, go ahead.
I'm so excited about this project, Val. It just tickles me. And I love your addition of the bringing it back to the historic detail of the Tudor style. I don't know if the dormers need those complete, like, whatever those things called, extenders, where the trim goes beyond the dormer.
They're a rake overhang.
Yeah, I don't know. Does that help or not? I'm not sure. Maybe it does. But
guys, the house has different applications all around it. I mean, the building, so.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna go with the board on this. But me, myself, I think it's great. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Stephen?
Yeah, I'm good with it. I appreciate the changes, right up the alley I was hoping you'd go. And the only question I have, Val, and I could probably determine this just looking at the drawings, is, yeah, okay, you're good to go. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Diane?
I am good to go also. I think it will be good.
All right, I think we have.
Motion to approve.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Abby. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen
Aye.
and Abby, thank you.
Aye.
And you're in favor of your motion. Chair's in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Val.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right. Okay, now we're down on 58 Walsh. Is Sana on deck?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great, thanks. So Sana, I'm going to remind everyone, including you, of your board on this. It's me, Diane, John was sitting on it, but he's obviously not here tonight, so he's not on it. Abby and Val. Okay?
Great.
All right, so
You want me to go ahead and?
yeah, I think so, but let me just check in. This is something unfortunately I forget far too often. Is this an HSAB thing? I can't remember.
Yes, sir, it is.
It is, okay, so
It is.
do they have comments, I guess?
Yeah, so I know I had quite a few myself when I reviewed this.
Yeah.
And I think the commission did too. And I think HSAB was at the same. I'm trying to get to the elevations. Basically, they were in the same boat as far as it was kind of an awkward design, that it really should be more of a 1.5 story, and that to bring the eave down a little bit, as well as but photographs of the neighborhood would be helpful in the application. So that's where the comments were.
Okay, thanks. Oh, Sana, so you go ahead.
Okay, so I know the board last time we met, they thought that the windows were too big. So the A windows have shrunk by 12 inches in height. The B windows have shrunk by 4 inches in width, 4 inches in height, and the C windows have shrunk by 6 inches in height to give more shingle space as well. On the north elevation, it was suggested that there was 4 ganged windows on the first floor on the left-hand side. Those were separated and made smaller. The 3 windows above the front door were suggested to actually not separate those and gang those. So I did that. The the roof walk has shrunk by 1/3. What else was on that one? So just all the windows have gotten smaller on that. Then we move to the west elevation. Again, the roof walk has shrunk. All the windows have shrunk. The fireplace, the outdoor fireplace is shown. You can see that you can barely see it above the railing from the street. Then we move to the south. And again, smaller roof walk, more detail on the chimney was asked, and smaller windows. East side, the left-hand side where that's the den that kind of comes off the main back part of the house. Those windows were asked to be centered. So those are 99% centered. There's some built-in cabinetry that it can't go all the way, but it is close. And then the roof walk smaller and the windows smaller. And then I did, if you go on to the next page, I did what we would, if we were allowed to do a 6-foot privet and a gate in front. I know there was a big concern with the board about the vertical board because the house is raised because of the flood zone. So this is visually what it would look like if you were standing on the street with a 6-foot privet around the front of the house and around on the side, or however much we can put it. It's already along, this is 58 Walsh, between 58 and 56. They already have a privet, and behind the house there is a fence with a shorter privet. So, but I thought that might alleviate some of the concerns with all the vertical board that's surrounding all the piers at the bottom of the house.
Yeah, no.
Sana, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we heard from HSAB. Okay. I'm going to open it up to the members. Anyone care to speak first?
We're still trying to digest, so give us a second here.
No, it's fine. Take your time.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it.
Go ahead.
I think the roof walk, shrinking it makes it look too small. I think it's got to be, what was it originally? It says it's like 10.6, 10.4 now.
It was, it's on, if you can scroll up. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, it looks a lot bigger.
It was 15 something, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically shrunk by a third. So
Yeah,
because
so-
it was asked to be a third of the roof, which is what it is now.
Okay, so I would go against the rules and make it just a little bit bigger, like a foot, 6 inches on either side. We go get back down to the north side, the north elevation? Yeah. So yeah, it's almost perfect. I would just give it a little more generosity in its size. I think the north side is slightly over fenestrated, but I don't know how to fix it. It's just a lot of windows. So I don't know what you can do about that. That's the only elevation that I've concentrated on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a picture of
I
the
had
north?
some pictures that I had sent in prior, a week or so before, with aerial photos.
Yeah,
Do you want me to share those again, or
I
Holly? do you
would,
have
because
them?
there's some houses in there that aren't symmetrical and they're story and a half. And I think that's very important to this discussion.
So do you want me, Holly? Or
Go for it.
you got them?
No, if you could show.
Sure. Share screen.
There you go.
There's one. This is, can you see my arrow?
Yeah.
That's the empty lot where this is going.
Boy, it's very blurry.
It is?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's blown up so much.
Oh,
We're looking at like a little thumbnail.
Here, hold on. Let me see. Oh,
But is your point that it shouldn't be so tall?
Who, my point?
no, that it shouldn't be so symmetrical. Is it still really blown up?
Yeah.
Hey, Val, open the image before you share it. Just
Okie
to go-
doke. And then, I hate this thing.
If you open the image and then reshare, because right now you're sharing your folder view. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Right. Okay. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Yes.
This is the lot,
Yeah.
and there are sizable houses around it, but none of them are as perfectly symmetrical, if that's the word we want to use. Like, here's a really large house behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the one next door at 60, that was theirs. They just sold that to 62.
Right, and
so that one's raised, not quite as high because it was done before the new code. But yeah, so that we have an easement in front of that house where we can't build on, so it really only allows us to kind of be more towards 56 Walsh, and so we're kind of stuck on how much ground cover we have, and that's kind of how the design evolved.
Well, so
yeah, and I get that, Sana. I don't know that it's so much the massing. It's just that it seems like it's two little rocket ships and then it's connected in the middle, and it would be
Yeah.
I think nice if there was a main mass and then a secondary mass and maybe something that trailed off on the side. It's more to me, this is an observation, not a judgment, like something out of town in Tom Nevers or one of those places. It's not really an in-town. I'd like to see a porch, maybe a porch roof somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the right-hand side, if you're
Hey,
gonna talk about the two
Sauna,
wings.
Sauna,
Yeah,
what we do here is we hear from the board.
sorry.
Because if you rebut everything that every board member says, we'll be here all night. Okay, so,
My
so Val, have you finished or do you have more?
No, so I think what exacerbates the undercarriage is all of the railing. There's so much railing with the vertical balusters. I think it would do you some help to make it, some of them shingled perhaps. I know we don't have our guidelines or our suggestions of guidelines sorted out yet with regard to this elevation business, but any plantings that could go against these to mitigate them. I know we can't do hardscape, but
Mm-hmm.
Can we go back to the elevations, please?
Yeah, well, hold on. Val, are you finished?
yeah, for now, yeah.
Okay,
And I
good.
appreciate the roof walk getting smaller.
Okay, thanks. Abby, yeah.
No, I went
Oh,
first.
you just wanted to go back to the
Yeah,
elevator.
I just can't, yeah.
Okay. But at the moment, you don't have anything to say. You just want to see them first.
Yeah, no, I said it was over fenestrated. I thought the roof walk actually looked a little dinky. No, I mean, I don't feel that it's inappropriate, the style, but I'm listening to Val to see, I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, well, we need to hear from Diane too, me. Diane, are you ready?
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
yep. Looking down at that site plan, most of the houses around this house have quite a lot of land and stuff, like the one right across the street, actually. I think this house at the moment has got too many fences in it. I don't think I like the one with the hedge on the front because there's too much head and then there's too much fencing. And I would like to see it. I think Val mentioned this, breaking it down a little bit so it wasn't a balanced off front. The houses down there may be big and they may be small, but they sort of have first one-story additions and different sides of the house. I think this would look better, and I think, I don't know, do it decrease the amount? I don't know what your ground cover is that you have, but looking down that lot and then that Val had up and then seeing this lot and then seeing other people's lots, it's a lot of house on a fairly small lot. I don't see the ground cover. Do you?
You mean listed, Diane?
Yeah, don't they usually have it on the side of the thing saying how much
Well,
ground cover?
on a survey plan, yeah, sometimes it's there, but it's not always there.
Mr. Chair,
Well,
yes, Holly.
to Diane's point,
Yeah.
the lot is approximately 5,227 square feet, just to give you some context.
okay, that's a minimum size lot
It
for
is.
downtown, 5,000 square feet.
It totally is.
it, I don't know what the square footage of the first floor of the house is, but it doesn't have much around it except the hedge, which I think is inappropriate in this piece. And look around and see what's on different streets. There are big houses, but they are broken down more. You are not so aware of them.
It's not a large square footage on the ground. It's only 1519. It just seems so big because of
Well, that's true. That may be absolutely true, but it does seem a lot. And it probably, maybe it can't come down anymore, but I would like to see it. I think the roof walk is sort of, I don't know whether it should be larger. What, 8 by 10, 8 by 12. It looks silly between those two gables to me with the skirt. Maybe it wouldn't be so eye-pulling if there wasn't a skirt there. Why can't it just be without a skirt? It would reduce the amount of wood. I don't know how to put it. All the thing around the base, all the fencing, all the second story, and then up on the third story. I'd like to see that skirt gone.
Is that it, Diane?
Yep, for now, that's.
Thank you. Well, yeah, thanks. And I would like to actually start my comments with the site plan, which is what Diane had up a little earlier. There we go. So the thing that I've noticed first here is that if we look at where the dashed lines are, which is essentially the buildable area, it's sort of shoehorned into that footprint. Like almost none of the footprint doesn't have building on it. And I understand there's this view easement. That's the piece off to the left-hand side there. Clearly they can put deck there. And by the way, there's a ton of decking, first floor decking on this house, which I don't think is helping because decking equals railing when you're up there. So that's a problem. The fact that it's sort of shoehorned into the buildable portion of the lot, that is another problem. Now, if we go to the elevations, I'm sure I said this last time, and I'm just going to say it again because it hasn't changed. We were looking at some window size changes when I think that the much more substantive issue is the massing, which is two things. One, it's highly symmetrical, and two, it's like highly vertical, like everything's two-story. I realize that there's this single story mass, but what we're looking at is essentially this symmetrical, double gabled, formal thing that's incredibly vertical with, sometimes verticality is forgivable if you've got a steeper roof pitch, but these roof pitches look like they might be maybe 9 and 12 or something like that. So lower eaves, story and a half. I think somebody had already mentioned that. Well, by the way, I totally agree with everything that Wisconsin Advisory, HSAB said about this, the concerns about it needing to be a story and a half. So yeah, I think it's got a long way to go before it's going to be approvable.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, that sounds good.
Is Sana still here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what it lacks, Sana, is a hierarchy.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table that was made by Abby. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Very good. Chair's in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, next up, we have a couple more from Matt. One is 20.
Ray, this is my last one because I'm not on the last one.
Actually, I think there's two last ones. Okay, so Abby, just FYI, you're on the last one, which is number 18, and that's 12 Lincoln Avenue. It was the pool.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, it's on a
Oh,
page.
it's on the next page.
But can I maybe suggest something?
What?
For Matt's benefit, why don't we, because you're not on 17 and you are on 18, do you want to just flip those two?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I was actually going to ask if I could hold the Boys and Girls Club number 17, because we're going to be making some additional changes to the dormers. So I was going to ask if I could hold that one for this evening.
Well, yeah, sure.
Motion to hold 17.
Right. Diane?
Aye.
Okay, Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And Abby, you made that motion?
I
can't-
did.
Okay, you're in favor of your motion, chair's in favor. Motion carries. So 17 is being held. All right, so now Abby, you're on not one, but two applications.
I know, I made a mistake. I didn't see the one drop down. Go ahead, go.
Okay, so here we are, Bartlett Farm. You want to walk us through it, Matt?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also tonight, Jeff is listening in there. He's the owner of the property.
Okay.
And Sarah Alger is here as well, and she's representing the owner as well.
Okay.
So we probably just easiest to go to sheet A201. So, Diane, you had actually requested that we omit that second deck, and so we did that. Replaced it with a couple of windows. You can see that we've lowered the eave line down to the point where the meeting rails don't quite line up, but I think it's still acceptable. We also, if you go to the next, actually you can go down the next elevation, the east elevation. This kind of is more about the back. Val, we did actually drop the plate of the that rear mass. It just translates into a 6-inch drop. I did look at changing the pitch, but I didn't think it was as successful. We could go to the next sheet, which is A2.202. You can see we took that roof line on the left and dropped it 6. It starts to conflict with some of the window door headers, but we did drop it. Played around with the spacing of those windows in that dormer. And this drawing set, because it was getting so covered with the revision clouds, we just put the most recent ones on here. But just to reiterate, we dropped the plate of that gable dormer and we did push it back into the wall surface more.
That was a previous, Matt?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't remember that.
Moved back I think it moved back like a foot.
Huh.
So it wasn't a ton. Yeah. Maybe from the original. But the last move I know, because that was like, there's a bedroom in there. And we can maybe even pull those windows tighter together. Again, the more I look at it.
Let's hear what everyone has to say about it. So,
yeah, all right. And then finally, Chair, on the west elevation, we changed the gable. We had that gable, roof with the 2 posts. And so Val, this was kind of a comment or a design edit, kind of geared towards you. I for whatever reason, I thought that maybe the shed pent roof would be less attention grabbing. It's kind of secondary, if you will, as opposed to the gable. And so it looks more like kind of a side mudroom door. I'm just looking at it. We could, and if we needed to too, I could actually cheat in the width of those. I don't need lights flanking both sides of it. So I could cheat it in, but I thought that was a way of kind of downplaying the attention that was previously being drawn towards that gable. So those are all the changes, Mr. Chair. Like I said, we've made a number over the course of this. This is the fourth meeting, and hopefully got a chance to see with the ridge poles. And with that, I think that's the end of my presentation.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
thanks.
I have pictures, Mr. Chair, of ridge poles.
Okay, great. But I want to ask a question of Matt. So Matt, do Jeff and or Sarah want to speak on this application right now?
I think they're both muted.
No, I'm asking you. I mean, is that part
I don't think so. I think they basically just wanted to listen, to be honest with you.
All right, fair enough. Well, if they want
If there are any questions from the board.
Okay. Sorry, Val, you were gonna say, oh, you
I
had,
was gonna share the pictures I
Right.
have
right.
just before everybody
Mhm.
comments. Hold on.
I had a question for Matt too, while you're pulling those up. Matt, did you do any 3Ds of this? The most recent?
Yes, we did submit them at the last submission. I don't know if they could pull them up.
You mean, so those
Well-
3Ds do not incorporate your most recent changes?
No.
No.
But
All right, well,
I don't think that the,
Can you see it? No?
I can see it.
Yeah, a little
I'm just
video.
driving around the corner so you can see the
Yeah.
contact.
But where's the height pole?
We're coming to that.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. No. Thanks.
That's a good house for context.
That was a garage apartment, yep. There's
Ah.
3 pools. Now wait, I have more.
Okay.
Oh, do I have to go back to the pictures and click on them first? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah,
We can see it.
Okay. Can you see them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to show.
Well, Val, thanks.
One other thing, if I could, Mr. Chair, just to add that there are other lots in this adjacent area that exist, and they're likely to be developed over the course of the next number of years. So this will not be the only structure in this area. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, Val, do you want to speak first?
My comments are still, I think, pretty consistent. It's the side, hold on, because I'm trying to find it on my computer.
You want it to face the other direction, right?
Yeah.
That's just
wait.
Matt, yeah, okay.
Sorry.
It's just so different from, I mean, it might emulate the side of the garage that's there, but it just has a lot of windows all ganged together. I know you have a little shed that's going to supposedly mitigate that. I do appreciate the shed roof on that door. I think that really helps me. It's not such a disconnect from your idea about the farmhouse. It's a simpler look, but all in all, I still have the same concerns. I just think that facade is very large on that street. Now, with that said, if you're going to keep the, I can't find it on my computer, so I'll just look at what we have up here. If you can, if you're going to keep the vegetation that's there, which it doesn't seem as though where the poles are, I would have less concern. But I think it's going to really be out there for everybody to see as soon as they turn that corner, unless that is somehow subdued.
And we did actually see a site plan that did show a pool and some privet hedge.
Right, and so that is my concern because that's all stuff that's gonna be more open. But that's it.
Okay,
Same as what I've been saying.
thank you.
Here, there is a landscape plan that was developed based on the board's comments that is actually being submitted tomorrow. So you will see that coming in with the pool. And
Oh.
yeah,
With the pool,
and it's not just a line of privet.
And I think, Matt, to your comment, yeah, there would probably be other houses in there, but you're right on the street and the first one, so you get the most scrutiny.
Okay, I'm sure Matt understands that. Diane, did I see, were you about to speak?
well, I did. I was sort of taken back by the fact that they were going to put a pool there. So I don't know. I have still said that knowing the Hulse house, which is before them, and being out there on a regular, practically day-for-day basis up until a couple of years ago, I think it's, as Val said, it's sort of too big for the area. I'd like to see, I don't know if you've got where that porch is. I can't read what elevation that is. South, I guess.
Mhm.
South elevation. I think it's in a farmland, and the houses, whatever is going to come, they're only going to come if they're approved by the HDC. It needs to keep with the area that it's in. You've got an 80-acre farm across the street, and I think that the house should sort of reflect that general condition.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
He's talking about the farm vernacular that's out there. I'm pretty sure.
We spend a lot of time, right, doing the right barn and all that stuff in the houses that are built way back. And I would just like to see it continue, the farm vernacular, as you say, rather than go into a more complicated style.
The south is perfect to face the street.
Yeah.
You had to do that. Okay, so Diane, have you finished?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Abby, you still with it? There you are. Yeah.
Cute. Okay. So I really like this house, and it reminds me of that area, and it may be a little tall, but every single elevation I like. Yes, I would prefer to have the front of the house on Bartlett Farm Road, but I like every elevation, and I think it's going to be fine out there. So I'm sorry I don't have the problems that the other board members have. I think it's going to be okay.
We're a democracy. That's what's so good about it.
I know, but I hate to disagree, but
Oh,
there it is.
it's important that everybody speaks.
We'll get you.
Yeah. Okay, so and you're finished, Abby.
Yes, I'm finished.
All right. Hey, Matt, remind me of something.
Yes.
What are the trim colors?
I'm so glad you asked that, Mr. Chair. They're gray. Trim is gray. I think we went with a gray sash. So we did, that was one of our concessions. I think
Not white.
not white.
Okay, that's good. Scores points with me, definitely. So I guess I'm sort of with Abby on this one, where I think you made some revisions that, for me, kind of went in the right direction. Pushing that dormer back, I always thought the dormer was kind of too overwhelming sitting on that roof plane, but pushing it back and dropping the eave down has really worked, so that I'm comfortable with that now. I also like the change to the pent roof as a shed as opposed to a gable. It's less formal. And I would take up your suggestion or your offer to move the roof in, get rid of those lights, which are going to shine all over the place, have a light up in the ceiling plane somewhere that shines down, and make that whole roof a little bit smaller and closer to the door. But aside from that,
It kind of mitigates the massing though.
oh, you mean having it larger?
Yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing,
that does help, I think.
yeah, the funny thing for me is I just see that those two lights are going to be just shining away, and
I'll get rid of the lights.
have them.
But
Yeah, we don't need those lights.
Okay.
it's the gained windows and the number of them on the west and whatever that other side was, I can't remember.
Holly, can we just run back over? Okay.
That one, west and north, and then the side facing Bartlett Farm Road.
Val, can I make a suggestion on that point then, perhaps?
Me too.
So Val, what if we removed this window
Which one?
and this
Oh.
one?
Oh, I see the blue. Yeah.
I'll use a lighter
Okay,
color.
that's good.
So this one and this one.
Uh-huh.
So
That
then
would
you'd have, because the idea behind this was that this was like an enclosed porch.
Right.
Those are behind a hedge anyway,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah, they
Well-
will be. Actually, we had a really nice plan drafted. That I think everyone's going to appreciate. Diane, everyone, where it's very layered and there's a lot of natural vegetation. But again, I always get hesitant about relying on lack of visibility or screening in case, like, there's been times when I thought that you weren't going to see it, and then it's built, and I'm like, oh, you can actually see it. So.
Oh, we were very recently through such a.
Yeah, hello.
So listen, concessions like that I'll certainly take. And I'm sure that Val has expressed concern about the multiple windows. I'm sure that Diane shares those concerns, and anything that you can do to mitigate that would be great. So getting rid of that middle window of the 5 and the middle window of the 3 on the west elevation would be a big plus.
Also, to the architect's point, in that gable that was pulled back, I think bringing those windows together a little bit would, yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I was about to say something about that in the initial presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, I can cheat
Yes,
those.
thank you.
How do you do that?
There's a pull down menu under view options at the top of the screen. And you'll go down and you go where it says to annotate, and then you hit that, and then
Oh, we need to learn that.
Oh,
Okay.
it's so
thank
good.
you.
Matt actually taught me. See?
Yeah. you do all
Everybody
sorts of
Chair,
stuff.
should I make a motion to hold for revisions? What, one more slight, tiny revisions?
I mean,
I
I
know,
think the
we're
ones that we
almost
talked
there.
about I feel like the ones we talked about, well, again, just omitting those windows and cheating those. I mean, I'd love to, try to get it, if we're that close, I would really love to try to get it approved, just because it's obviously, and I appreciate your time and I understand.
Okay, so Matt.
Yep.
Listen, Abby, why don't you just make a motion to approve with those couple of changes and see where it goes?
Okay, well, can you scroll down to that to the, sorry, could you scroll down a little bit more? So maybe one more? Where's the one where you want to take, no,
No, well,
This
Okay,
one.
on the west elevation, you'd be taking out the middle one of the triple.
okay, so
There.
here's the thing about that.
Oh.
I'm not sure exactly how that's going to look.
oh.
Yeah.
And if you just take one, I'm not sure that's the right proportion to each other in that
Because of,
instance or in the sunroom. I mean,
Okay.
I think the sunroom reads as a sunroom
Yeah,
or
I
whatever
know.
that is.
I
So,
prefer it that way. We're just,
I'm sorry, Matt, but I would like to see it. If you're going to, if the board wants to take out those windows, I have to see it drawn. I can't,
we can try it with them in.
Matt.
with the pen?
Matt, I think that you have 2 votes out of 4. And I think if you make some revisions, you might just get,
Yeah, you might just get it just like that.
yeah, I think we're talking about really minor changes at this point.
Minor, petite,
Very, very minor.
Okay.
you're there.
All right.
Motion
Let's give it a
motion
try.
for very minimal revisions.
Okay, I like that motion. All right, so Diane,
Yes,
all right. Val? Val muted? Let's see.
Am I? No.
No, you're good. Were you in?
Revisions, yes. I'm not
Yeah.
so sure I agree with your revisions, but
All right, well,
yeah.
we'll just have to see. All right, so you're in favor of the motion. Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes, I am.
All right, and chair's in favor, motion carries. Okay, thanks. And now we move along to the last of our old business agenda, which is 12 Lincoln, and I believe that's a pool. Yeah. All right.
We were done with this one.
No.
Actually, I'm gonna, if I could, Mr. Chair, I'll just bring everyone up to speed. So we, you did approve the pool. We actually relocated it because we had made a significant design change to the guest house. And the pool was approved in its current orientation. But in the process, we've engaged a really talented landscape architect who's joining us tonight. And so he has developed a plan, and I had actually come in with a not nearly as elaborate plan as this, and showed the pool being shifted. And I think at that point, the board collectively just had a lot of questions. And so I suggested we held until Matthew Cunningham, who's joining us, that's the landscape architect, his plan for the pool. So basically the pool was approved. It was approved in this orientation. The previous approval actually had the pool shifted probably like maybe 10 feet to the north. And so the change that we were in for is literally just sliding the pool down a bit. And I didn't have any of the context of the plantings. So with that, if it's okay, I'd love to introduce Matthew Cunningham, who I think is on the call here.
I am. I am.
Hey, Matthew, how are you?
Hello. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to hand it off to you because you know a lot more about this than I do. So
okay, perfect. Well, we've been working with Matt and his team over the past several months to develop a landscape plan for 12 Lincoln. As Matt mentioned, the pool, the cabana, the guest house and the main house and the garage are all in the same locations as previously described. However, one of the big things that we've added to the plan is obviously a significant layer of vegetation. On the south side of the swimming pool, we're anticipating a large Leland cypress hedge that would run continuous.
No. Hate it.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you guys seem like you're kind of on the fence about that.
Have you seen how those grow in a row?
They're actually illegal in England now because they grow too profusely.
Yeah, so aside from that, go ahead.
Okay, well, we're certainly open clearly to other plant materials. We were hoping to do something that would knit together nicely so that there wouldn't be little Christmas trees in a row along the edge. On the south side, we're proposing pool enclosure fence that would be a black mesh with weathered cedar posts. Thank you for doing that. Actually, the next screen shows a series of proposed plant materials that are all keyed into the plan. We are proposing a few flowering trees that range from flowering dogwoods and stewardia. Obviously, on this sheet, we're showing the Leland cypress, which we can discuss alternatives. And then we have a series of flowering shrubs that range from hydrangeas and hibiscus to lilac and privet. And then a fairly healthy smattering of perennials such as lavender, ornamental grasses, Russian sage. Oh,
I'm just going to interrupt your narrative for a second here. So these are all, with the exception of the Leland cypress, of course, great plant specimens. This is not really our purview. The reason that you're before us right now with the pool is because we want to make sure that the pool is going to be invisible year-round from any publicly traveled way. That's what we're talking about here. So now, Matt, isn't there a board fence right now between DeMarco's house and this property?
I believe there is, yeah. Yeah.
Is that going away?
We have no intention of, if I believe it's on his property.
Well, actually, that's a good point. It might be his board fence. I'm not really sure.
It is. I believe it is his.
Marco's board fence, and I'm going to guess that Al probably has like even less intention of taking it down now that he knows a pool's going up next to him. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking at here is the board fence, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. But so
And the pool,
go ahead, Diane. Sorry.
no, I said, also, I couldn't see on that thing where the pool fence goes around.
Yeah, so maybe we can return to that. And so
site plan, yeah.
Yeah, the
I can
idea
draw that.
here is to show us how the pool is going to be screened from a public, any public way.
Okay.
All right.
So I did mention obviously the evergreen plantings on the south edge. We have pool enclosure fencing that runs, bear with me here just for a second while I draw this. It's hidden by the planting. Here.
Okay. That's our fencing.
Correct.
All right.
And then it returns back to the guest house here. We have a single gate on this side that opens out towards the street. We have a single gate here that opens onto Lincoln. And then we have a double gate here that opens into the parking court. We were proposing a mesh fence on the south side. And we were also proposing mesh on the north side, which is a redundant fence scenario, but nonetheless, we were required to put fencing on the property for a pool. And then we were suggesting type 2 fencing in the approved architectural style for this space between the main house and the garage. And also over here between the guest house and the southern border.
Right. Okay. And that fencing, of course, would be 4 feet high.
Correct.
Is that painted or natural to weather?
We included precedent imagery of painted. However, I think it could be painted or natural.
It's up to
Why does the fence have to be so big? What that?
Because they put the doggy lawn on the side.
That's
Doggy
what
in.
it is. Yep.
The doggy can't go in the pool. Maybe that could be a shorter fence though.
Well, the doggy can't go into this.
Around. There's not a bush to protect him from the heat.
It's quite a few.
Not in that doggy run, there isn't.
Oh, yeah, the dog run itself is open.
Okay, what do you say we get down to it?
I know. So, I think that you've basically satisfied our concerns in terms of how you're going to deal with visibility. So if you don't mind, I'm going to put it over to the board now. Is that okay? All right,
Yes.
thanks.
Thank you.
Abby,
Yes,
ready?
yes, I'm fine. Can you,
Oh, you're fine with it.
yes, I'm fine with it.
Oh, okay. That's easy. All right, Diane. Oh, let me make sure.
I am with.
So the board on this is myself, Diane, Abby, and Val. That's what I thought. Okay, so Diane, go ahead.
I'm all right as long as the vegetation is changed.
The Leland.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we're not really allowed to tell you that, but the fact is Leland is just a terrible plant to be using anywhere, but Lincoln Circle in particular.
I thought we could do hardscapes when it involved.
We're allowed to say like if it's evergreen, because the evergreen will screen it year round.
No, but we also talked about changing that because those actually become like a wall, an architectural
I know.
feature
And
that
if
goes.
Stephen's probably
Anything over 10 feet is unnecessary.
right, but so far that's not a rule yet. We haven't gone there yet. So look, nobody likes Leland cypress around here. So please don't plant it there.
No
So
Leland
Diane,
cypress.
Yeah, Diane, continue. Now, anything else or?
No, that's just, I've seen that one on Vesper Lane, and you never, I don't know how they're gonna have to whack their way out of the house pretty soon.
Oh, so invasive, it's unbelievable. Okay, let's see. We heard from Abby. How about you, Val?
I have a question. What is this fence right here? Do you see my little thing moving around? I don't know how to draw a circle. Here?
Where the blue line is?
Yeah.
That would also be the type 2 fence.
Picket?
Yep, correct.
Can it move back here?
Good.
I believe it could.
Yeah.
We try to minimize fencing as much as possible.
Hey, Val?
Yeah.
One reason that it might be there is all those little squares that you see, I believe, are the air conditioning units. Which we don't want.
Yes. That's correct.
So I think that the fencing in this case was trying to screen the air conditioning units.
Well, I don't think a type 2 picket fence is going to screen air conditioning. Just saying.
I tend to agree with that. Yes.
We can put that in the approval.
And then this is all, can you see my little cursor moving or no? No?
I can't, no.
I am so unfamiliar with this. I hate it.
Hey, Val, where it says draw, there's a little wiggly line, and if you just
okay, there,
that,
yep.
There you go.
No, that wasn't what I wanted to do, so now I don't know how to get rid of it.
There's an eraser little icon. It says
all right, we can get rid of it afterwards.
Okay, all of this is wire?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so I think with all of it being wire, I'm okay with it as long as, I mean, honestly, you know how I feel about privet, but I think privet is appropriate in Lincoln Circle. So
it is.
I'd rather see privet, like a double row of privet, than cedars any day.
Mm-hmm.
Here
okay.
in this particular application.
Yep.
And then I would just say this, the closest this area, sorry, if that's a taller fence, because I don't think that 3 feet is high enough.
No, the fence there has to be 4 feet high.
4 feet, yep.
Okay.
That's the pool enclosure fence, so it does need to be taller than normal. Yeah.
Okay, so 4 feet would be, I guess, okay. If they're on the ground, they're not going to be elevated, right, Matt?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm good with everything that's been said so far. So it sounds like we can approve this. I think the loose end that we have to deal with right now is, or part of the approval is going to be that not only the pool, but the air conditioning units will be
Screened.
What's that?
They'll be screened.
They will be screened so that they're not visible at the time of inspection and thereafter.
Right on.
Okay. And how you do that is kind of up to you.
Okay.
All right. But is somebody willing to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So the motion is to approve this as submitted. with the stipulation that neither the pool nor the air conditioning units will be visible from a public way at the time of inspection or thereafter in perpetuity. So now I'm going to poll the board. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val, you're in favor of your motion?
I am, but does it need to say, please don't use cedars?
Yeah, we can append that. I think the message got across, and I honestly.
I know, but it's not in the motion, so
Right.
that's just
It's
fine now.
not, that's not something that we'd be able to support in court because we really don't have jurisdiction over like the species of plant, other than that if it's evergreen or deciduous. But yes,
Chair,
yes.
I have a question about the fence. Shouldn't the fence be located on the inside of the vegetation and not on the outside?
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
Good point.
Absolutely. Because I was thinking right now you have Al DeMarco's board fence that was going to screen the view of the wire fence. But the reality is if Al ever decided to take it down, then we'd be looking at screens. So yes, the screening or the wire fence should be on the inside of the vegetation, not on the outside. Thank you very much for that, Holly. So can we amend your motion, Val?
Yes.
All right, thanks. So I'll go through it again. On the amended motion, Abby. Is Abby still with us? I hope so. Diane?
Aye.
All right. Val, you're in favor of your amended motion?
Aye. Yep.
Chairs in
Doesn't look like she is.
Is Abby still with us or did she leave?
She might be MIA.
Hmm.
But that's enough people to vote, right?
Yeah, that was a
Yep.
majority. So
Yep.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. You got it. All right. Thanks.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. It's getting on 9 o'clock. We've got some other business items.
We got to do the meeting notes. Terry said, please do them.
Well, actually, so there's nothing to approve on this agenda. So it
No.
says review the minutes, but it does not say approving any of the minutes. I think that's what Terry was
He
probably
said-
hoping.
And an email, where is it?
Kathy,
Yes.
are we like in arrears with approving meeting minutes or something?
No, she hadn't done them yet. And I know Stephen had made some edits. And so she just was editing those. And so those are all just for your review, nothing to approve right now.
Right, so I had made edits on early in June, and then today we received a host of minutes from when
Yeah.
Terry was away.
Mhm.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, she was on vacation last week, so.
Okay.
Good for
But
her.
so they will be up presumably again next week for approval.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's the story on that.
True.
Okay, so there's a meeting that we posted for Thursday, but I don't believe we need to do that unless we feel like just running through some of these other business.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have not posted it yet because it's for Thursday.
Oh, I thought you had to post it by now.
Well, it's Monday, so I was gonna post it.
Oh, that's right. It's Monday.
Yeah, I know. It was Tuesday, yeah, but
Right. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, could we hold on the next meeting date just because the section 106 is going to have a comment and a request for an executive session meeting on Thursday?
Right. So what do you want me to do with that, Stephen?
Just as opposed to closing off when our next meeting date is,
Yeah.
if you could just hold on the next meeting date until we have the section 106 update.
Right, which was going to happen on Thursday.
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Then Kathy,
I
actually think we should post a meeting
okay,
for Thursday.
okay.
Stephen's
Now-
reminding me that
Now,
go
sorry,
ahead.
for this Thursday, we only have from 1 to 3.
Did you
Just so-
say we only have from 1 to 3?
For 2 hours, yes.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, just, so, okay.
Not coinciding with planning board like tonight.
Oh, yeah, right. But look, so that would keep it open so that if Stephen gets his information on Thursday and we need to discuss it and we need to go into executive session, then we could do so.
Okay.
But now, so this is interesting because Kathy needs to post something. Well, here we go. We already have it down. Vineyard Wind, section 106.
Yeah.
Report from Commissioner Welsh. Yeah, so it's already on. So we just need, we'll just post exactly what we have on here now. And
Right. Yeah, so,
Actually, Mr. Chair, could I just jump in? Because there's, checked into this. If you allow me, I'm just going to do a quick update on the section 106, and then we can have a discussion of the executive session portion. If you all decide to proceed with that, there's some particular language that's required under the law to be stated that we discussed. I would bring forth for you.
Yep.
So the section 106 update. Can I proceed with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I met with BOEM and other consulting parties on Wednesday, the 8th. As opposed to summarizing, basically was a 4.5-hour meeting. Now I'll just share. I can share that BOEM found the developer's recent submission for larger wind turbines, which are larger basically in every way, height, girth, the nacelle, everything, will have an adverse effect on the National Historic Landmark, which is of course Nantucket, Tuckernuck, and Muskeget. So there's no surprises there, given BOEM's this finding tracks their previous finding, which was based on Vineyard Wind, the developer's proposed turbines. Those were of smaller size, but closer to Nantucket, Tuckernuck, and Muskeget. My opinion as your representative, despite BOEM's findings, I believe that information required to accurately determine the extent of adverse effects on the National Historic Landmark, Nantucket, Muskeget, Tuckernuck. And then from that, extrapolate out what protections and mitigations are required. That information is missing. And what I mean by that in particular is the visual simulations that have been provided are not, as a layman's comparison, accurate as compared to others BOEM has commissioned. So, so the importance of all these things extends beyond the proposed Vineyard Wind project, with others wind projects anticipated in future years over an expansive area of our coast. So those are some quick general comments with some specifics. There's a few related important items with action deadlines, and this will lead us towards the concept of a meeting on Thursday. Action deadlines are quickly approaching, some of which I was only informed of Wednesday. So despite having insufficient information to make an informed decision on what the extent of adverse effects on the National Historic Landmark and what protections should be asked for, but as required to meet a July 22nd BOEM deadline, we, the HCC, need to resubmit our previous concerns and mitigation requests. And just, I'll remind you all those, we can get into this either now or at executive session. I think I would suggest the latter. Those mitigation requests involve both monetary and non-monetary items. So the other thing that's on an action deadline is that our Section 106 Council has indicated there is a potentially viable offer to help mitigate adverse effects of this project off our coast. And I'll say that I believe the HCC will have to enter litigation if its attempts to gain protections and mitigations are not met. So after discussion, I will make a motion for you all to consider to discuss these matters in executive session at our Thursday slot. And the motion will include to amend that agenda for that purpose. And unfortunately, at this time, there's many things I can't comment on that pertain to the litigation position. So that's kind of a quick update and recommendation. And then, of course, if we get into discussion, I would ask that we do it in executive session on Thursday.
Right.
if you want to have discussion, and then I can provide the information as required by law for you to declare
I
or
think
in
that
order to enter executive session.
I fully agree with having it on Thursday in executive session. It's too important to not have that discussion.
Yeah,
Um,
right. I agree too. Now, so Stephen, to that motion, the motion that you were talking about to go into executive session would happen on Thursday, not tonight, correct?
Well, we would make a motion to change our agenda for Thursday and to hold an executive session, subject to language that you'll declare, which I can basically state. You can say, if you agree, you can say that you declare that is the case. The procedure on Thursday would be that we actually, I think you have done this, I'm not positive, but it's a little new to me, so I looked into it with great detail. I actually spoke with Andrew Vorse about this also, so I understood the administrative aspects of it. But so Thursday, we would open the meeting as a public meeting, certain language is stated, and then we close to go to executive.
Correct.
So at this point, I'd say, as required under state law, the purpose would be to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of HTC attempts to provide protections to the National Historic Landmark. And if you agree and you so declare, that would be the purpose of the executive session on Thursday. And the motion would go on to state that we would change our agenda for Thursday to notice that statement, so that it's publicly noticed as an executive.
No, I get it. So, well, Stephen, can't you just make that motion?
It's something that the directions indicate that the chair actually has to declare that statement that I just made.
Can I just say so declared?
I believe you can.
Unless you provide me with the text, I'll never remember the language.
Yeah, no. I didn't anticipate that you would.
Yeah. So, so declared. Now, I'm very curious to know, we have Diane on. We have Stephen, obviously. I think Abby is ducked out. I'm just checking here because I do want to ask a question, Val.
Yeah.
And so is there a potential conflict here? Are you working something else on this?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yes, I have my own
Yes.
legal action.
So the reason I'm asking this question is because I don't want to get, I don't want to derail this noble effort.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, but we do have a quorum. Stephen and Diane and myself.
Wait, can I say one?
Yes, of course you can, Diane. Of course you can.
If you call an executive session, you say we're now going in for executive session to review legal stuff, and we will not be returning. You have to end your executive session by either saying we will return to the meeting.
You have to end the open session.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to. Well, thank you. That's a detail we don't want to lose. I see Kathy with her hand up right now.
Yes, I didn't know if you wanted to discuss a couple of the applications from tonight on Thursday.
No.
From tonight?
Well, 88 Quinnet, if John happens to be available, and 10 Beach Street.
Oh, yeah, right.
So, I mean, you can still go into executive session after you discuss that. It's a 2-hour meeting, so that's something else to think about.
Right. Well, one of them I need to recuse from, which is Lisa's thing in Quidnet. And, I think if she were on the line, she would just say, hold it. I don't think she's necessarily interested in moving forward on a Thursday with that.
Okay.
Now, as regards the demo on Beach Street, unlike the application that we reviewed for the new building, I think the demo is going to be a little bit more contentious and more people are going to be interested in speaking on it. So I would almost feel like I'd rather hold that to one of our regular meetings as opposed to a Thursday where we would.
When everyone's
The
working.
perception is, like, oh, everybody's working, so they can't actually show up.
Right.
I'd rather keep it on our normal after work kind of
Okay.
thing. But
Make
thank
an
you
effort
for
to
reminding me.
get our other board members at this.
You mean current? Yeah, I mean, yes. Gosh, I'll try.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying you specifically. It's just, it would be good to have more people weigh in.
Kind of my job. Yeah, no, yeah.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, I would just suggest that, I don't know that we need a formal motion, but it can't hurt that we would amend Thursday's agenda to indicate the executive session for the purpose, as you declared a short while ago. And that would be the motion. And then Val, I think you would probably, as you stated, recuse on that.
So I can't make any comments at all.
It's up to you. I'm just,
I'll look into it.
yeah.
I think you have to
Yeah.
recuse now.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure you do.
okay.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Chair, through you. So Stephen, the agenda hasn't even been posted yet. So just so you know, I'll post it tomorrow.
Okay, so as opposed to amend, it'll just be
Right,
the agenda,
right.
in the executive session as
Right.
for the purposes declared by the chair.
Yeah.
We've lost
Right,
Ray.
which he would do on Thursday. He can't do it tonight.
We've lost Ray.
We don't have Ray on.
Oh,
Well,
maybe.
Okay.
Let me
Ray
text.
just ran out of power on his computer.
So put them up
He
to.
can,
put 'em
he
up
can
to-
call in.
Everybody stop talking. Go, Ray.
He can call in.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Well, Diane, we need to finalize this, please.
Yep. Yeah, we can just close it out for sure.
Val,
Hold on. What?
just, I think it would be appropriate just to cover our bases that we vote on the motion to have executive session on Thursday.
We just need to vote. Hold on. He's trying to get back on
We
something.
could just say it over the phone to the.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to put you on speaker. Hold on. Okay, go.
So the motion is, Mr. Chairman, to hold executive session for the purposes you declared on Thursday.
Right. Now, okay, so that's your motion. So now can I poll the board?
Please.
Right, I'm on speaker, right?
Yep.
Okay, Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Diane. Val,
Aye.
Stephen.
Val, do you want to recuse on that?
Oh God, that's right. Yes, Val, you got to recuse.
I'm just voting on the agenda change. Stay away from it.
You're
You
Okay.
can do that.
Staying away from it.
All right, that's probably the safer thing.
Okay.
Okay, so Stephen,
Aye.
motion. Just say yes.
Aye. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, and the chair is in favor. Motion carries.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks a bunch. Hey, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to
I
adjourn.
made a motion to adjourn.
Okay, Diane, I'll take your motion. Val,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
great. Chair's in favor. Thanks so much, you guys. I'm sorry. Lost Val.
Thank you, Ray. Good night,
you.
everybody. Okay.
Plug it in. He has to put a new plug in that office. If
I don't know.
Bye.
Bye.
Poodles.
Goodbye. Thank you, Kathy,
Thank you.
Holly, and all that.
You didn't tell her?
Tell me what?
The police are looking for Diego.
They came to the house. I told them I didn't know where he was. He's a suspect. I thought he had questions.
He was with you around the murder.
The murder? Miss Wilbur, please, you need to understand that he's a doppelganger.
The kids who are getting shot up with Diego.
Yeah, Diego, listen to me. Diego, if the police are showing up at your house, they're not going away. You can be a fugitive the rest of your life, or you can surrender. That's what I told him, but he needs a lawyer. If he surrenders, he will be assigned a lawyer, either me or someone else.
It has to be you. You care, Miss Lopez. You don't just hear that police pass.
If you go in, you do not answer any questions. You say nothing. Nothing. Do you understand? Good. I will try my best to be there for your mom. But right now, I have to go. I have to go.
He's innocent, Miss Lopez.